Get ready to live. Hello,
Kiara knows
everybody.
me so well.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Friday. It's D&D time because it's 10 o'clock Eastern, and we are jumping back into the Plagues of Chult adventure.
You suddenly became Shatner. Stop it.
Don't tell me what to do, or else. Where we last left off, the heroes of the Argent Oak have once again set sail from Port Nianzaru. Their destination, the mythical, maybe, or mysterious, maybe the better word, Aarakocran Monastery Kirsabal, located somewhere in the eastern reaches of the Jungle Island off the River Olong. The good ship Quicksilver set sail and quickly ran into some troubling weather outside the Bay of Chult. The weather seemed to be unsure, maybe, if the storm giant was traveling with the weather or was the cause of it. But that's a freaking super cute thing, Ellie. Out of the thunder and lightning, a storm giant appeared to challenge the Quicksilver, bellowing in its guttural, booming voice that nobody in the party understood, unfortunately. But an encounter with a storm giant turned vicious and nearly deadly for both some of the crew certainly didn't make it.
Rest in peace, Brandon.
Super dead, as we found out later. And I just realized I forgot to write down the crew who died, I think. But we know Brandon was one of them. Fuck him.
Yeah, he died 3 times.
Every 3 times.
Whoever is above my dwarf I didn't want to die died.
That's right. But the crew, the heroes, managed to repel the giant, sending him bleeding and bested back into the abyss. As the creature departed, or after the creature departed, as the storm continued, a sudden lightning bolt struck down into the ship, but although it jolted and scattered the perceptions of those on the deck, it didn't seem to harm anyone or the ship beyond that just flash of lightning. In the aftermath, they discovered that their winds seemed to always be billowing full of wind, no matter which way the actual wind was blowing.
The winds were full of wind, no matter the way the wind was blowing.
Yeah. I hate you.
It's been a day.
We also lost our orc friend.
You did, yes.
Oh, that
Right.
was the...
That
Yeah.
was one of the guys as well. Then you had he
Oh, our orc. Yeah, our orc.
said he was a half orc, but was in fact an actual orc, which Sven knew, but I don't think anybody else did. Regardless, he unfortunately was knocked overboard, blasted by the lightning of the dangerous foe. But beyond that, the trip after that was uneventful through to the inlet and mouth of the Olong River, where the party was set to and is set to depart. You arrive at night, late at night, or late at night. Anchoring down in the inlet away from the shore just to be safe, because there's no lighthouses or anything to mark any dangerous approaches. And this is where we begin, either the night of the... why is my Discord thing going crazy? I don't know if it's doing that for anyone else. Weird. We can either resume that evening if there's any plans or discussions that need to be made, or in the morning as the canoes are lowered. Maybe the canoes were lowered during the night, and you guys rowed to shore to be able to get to work bright and early. The decision is yours, but a river expedition awaits you. What would you guys like to do?
I don't think... Yeah, I think we would have waited to move out in the morning. Just my opinion, but what do you guys think?
What?
Mechanically, it makes no real difference.
Okay, sure, whatever. Doesn't matter then.
Display.
Moving on.
I will say maybe as kind of the canoes are being prepared, how are you guys carrying the food? Are you like, is it just like in crates on the canoes? You don't expect to have to carry the canoes over any land, so I don't know if you guys have plans of like putting it all in packs, or you want to just keep it better stored in the canoes. There's a discussion needs to be had over what the canoe order will be. Savra and one other person will be in one canoe with Bruno, while the 6 others will jam into the other canoe.
I love how you saw Ellie's grin and just started shaking your head immediately, Glass, like, no,
Yep,
I know what's
yep.
about to happen there.
Yeah, like how are you guys planning on transporting your rations?
I don't want to talk to the dumb animal. I don't want in there.
Lady and mama.
That's all I know.
Bag of holding.
Yeah, if we have bags of holding, probably easier that way.
Yeah.
Without issue.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Oren's bag of holding is pretty empty. Let's do that.
Yeah, and then I thought we mentioned that we can give Bruno the crates that he can carry too for food. I thought that was the thing.
It's possible. Bag of holding does solve that more so.
Okay, yeah, we have 2, so then we don't have to.
Yeah, I'll say Oren's has been empty this whole time.
You're certainly
lady.
Well beyond the point. I believe a ration is 1 pound. So between the 1,000 carrying capacity of your 2 bags of holding, you're fine. You guys are fine to do that, yeah, without issue. I was wondering if you guys would plan on that, or if I could have
I thought that's
make you miserable. Was hoping I could make you guys miserable down the road, but
we have to carry a canoe on its way down with an extra 300 pounds.
Or something happens, and maybe the food gets lost. But bags of holding are pretty hard to
think this
random
is called
encounter away.
entrapment.
It absolutely was. You've seen through me. All right, so what are the canoe orders going to be? Who's going on what canoe, and what will be the default order on those canoes?
I'm going to wager that Sven will will aid Oren in navigating the other canoe. So whether that means Oren in the back with Sven in the front to spot things, or vice versa.
I'll say that there's each canoe needs 2 paddlers. The one in the back is the primary paddler, so there'll be the one in charge of any skill rolls and stuff. It was the person in front assisting, if appropriate. Because lesson for you guys, if you guys don't know canoes, the person in the back steers.
Unless you're paddling in whitewater.
Sure.
Well,
I don't know why. In which case it's
if we run into white,
I think it's still the same.
So the boat with 6 that has multiple people paddling, that goes first. So in case we do hit something that they need to pull over, Bruno has a chance to get off to the side because his canoe will be heavy.
I'm gonna say part of this. Savra has purchased some happy go feel good place food for Bruno to keep him a little bit sedated for the trip. So he's mostly just gonna be fucking zoinked out. Yeah, he's gonna be fucking zoinked out on the ship.
I love it.
A dino drill.
But that's potentially something to keep in mind if something were to come up. Bruno might not be in his best senses during the actual day trip, because Triceratops aren't meant to be on boats. Especially aren't meant to be on canoes.
And it's also the front canoe with the group of us. That's also the canoe that's going to be in charge of finding our camping spots every night. I
imagine Salita is going to be in the.
She'll have to be in the front canoe
with the rest. So Oren's probably not Oren. Sorry, Katep's probably the only one not mentioned that has reasonable enough strength to handle a canoe without issue.
It's probably Katep in the other canoe. Yep.
Yeah, about to say, probably Katep was like, go spend time with your girlfriend.
She would absolutely suggest go fishing for a dinosaur, basically, because she's somewhat interested.
She would say that.
Yeah.
Sure thing. Okay, so is Oren or Sven going to be in the back of the front canoe as the main navigator? I'll say stat-wise, Sven would have the advantage there.
No, because he's better at spotting stuff. He's got the perception. Oren's got the strength to navigate. Yeah,
I mean,
that works too.
But
Actually, yeah, you're right. It's
Pardon?
Because I
athletic
count
phase
as
right
powerful
there.
builds, so
When it comes to like rowing and stuff, yeah.
I was assuming that
I
would
think-
apply.
I think it doesn't
Doesn't-
matter, is what I'll say. The person
Okay.
in front having a higher perception makes a lot of sense. I
Sure,
would say.
so that sounds good to me.
All right. Within
Or
that,
happy
we'll
to be in
put
water that won't instantly drown them.
Salida behind Sven,
Keep an eye out for
So-
some leader.
or maybe Alua in front of her brother.
Mora's in the middle.
Do you want to be next to Salida or next to Alua?
Alua.
So more in the back, and then Joyce will be next to you. Between you
High
and Salida.
five.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say if it comes up, I don't have a good. I looked for one and really had issues finding a good canoe token. If it ever comes up, we'll just have like draw a square and pretend. So sorry. All right.
Use our
so-
imagination in this imaginary role-playing game.
How
dare
dare
you?
you.
It's evil. It's evil. Look, I looked for a solid like 30 minutes trying to find a good canoe token and just failed.
No good.
All right, so you guys, any plans that any discussions you guys want to have? Any plans? Any contingencies? Anything like that?
If everything goes to shit, panic.
Mora's good at that. Let's go.
During the process of getting
Shit, I
like,
was muted.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I think Sven and Orin, both trained in nature and survival, probably would have at least debriefed the group that like if they get separated, like stay put, don't be wandering around because we'll come looking for you. Put up some smoke if you can. Put a little fire with green leaves that makes white smoke we can see.
Fire.
You know, like a quick debrief. Yeah.
Just a good light up, you know.
Listen for the earth-shattering.
I'll say
Mora.
Salida's part, very much listening in and keeping track. She kind of comments though, if you look around, the jungle might be more dense than that's possible. I would recommend if you need to get off the ground level. If it comes nighttime, try not to sleep alone on the surface.
See the streets I used
And
to.
try to retrace your steps. Head downstream. Find the stream, head down through it. If we can, avoid the western bank. That's undead territory.
Oh.
Which isn't
Well,
to say
what?
the undead.
Wait,
Sorry. The west bank. The undead
We
prowl.
knew Undead was in this. We knew that, right?
Yeah, you knew
Yeah,
the jungle's
okay.
full of undead.
Yes, we did.
The whole reason
yeah.
the Order of the Gauntlet is in Chult is they're trying to beat the undead out.
Right,
between
right.
between the Soshin Star and the Olong, the outside that, east of the Olong and west of the Soshin Star, the undead aren't as nearly the threat that they are. They certainly make their way along the opposite banks, but far more prevalent within the rivers. So try to avoid it if you can.
Alua has
And yes,
her.
if you get lost, if you get separated, try to head downstream. If need be, we'll find each other back at the ruins of Mesro. And these ruins that she mentions, she points. You guys are kind of at the mouth of the river at this point, and along like a few miles downriver, still where the river is like very wide, there is this like ruined city, just these overgrown ruins that stand out from the jungle.
Yeah. If you get separated and need to make your way back, then we'll all regroup
But-
there. On our way back.
And she kind of Selita kind of pauses. The wizards here, you have the means to get a hold of each other. Joyce not. I have the sending spell prepared. I tend to keep it prepared.
Sending's not exactly my forte.
But you
You're
have
within
it.
120 feet,
You have the capacity of it, right, Galua?
Yes.
Wonderful. Just thumbs up. We can rely on that if need be. It's few ways are more foolproof. Don't drink the water. Try not to stay in the water too long. Staying dry, in fact, should be a priority. Try not to get your feet wet. Try not to get your clothing wet. Obviously, we can dry off, but don't think any small inconvenience is too small to fix. because those things have a way of becoming much bigger in the jungles. All right, should we be off then? Yeah.
Aye.
Let's do it.
As the groups begin to paddle, free Savra from. Do you want to be in the front or the back of your ship, of your canoe, Katep?
It doesn't really matter. He'll pick the one in the back. So if we fuck up,
big
it's
strong
my
man
fault.
leading the way. Let's go. At some point, kind of as Savra is making sure that Bruno is settled down and such, she does mention, something's been troubling me. These Aarakocra, they live up on a mountain, yes?
That's what they said. Yeah.
Is there supposed to? If we have to climb, Bruno here is he's a horizontal warrior.
He's a horizontal warrior.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, and so the group sets off. The rivers are broad, fairly dirty, not like a consistently like, oh my god, they're so muddy, but they're certainly not crystal clear, as dirt and silt from the vast jungle ahead of you pours into it. Salida's explained that the rivers tend to be very slow, with certainly no what we would consider rapids that are dangerous, just very mild, easily navigable, even moving upstream, with no planned places where you'll have to get out and carry the boats over dry land. We set out. Part of this journey includes the possibility of getting lost, and to that effect, it's me who makes survival rolls on the navigator's behalves. Salida is your hired guide. She has a pretty good survival, but technically, Savin, you have her beat by 1.
Yeah, get fucked, idiot.
So
I mean-
I'll leave it up to you guys how you want to handle that. Should Salida and Savin both roll? Should Salida assist Savin? Should Savin assist Salida? How do we want to handle this?
Judging from Salida's personality and Sven's personality, I think they're both going to make a roll. That's just my opinion.
That checks out too. She has a 1 less modifier, so it's not a
Yeah.
All right. I'll go ahead and roll for both of you. Do you like blue or purple more?
Whichever rolls higher.
Okay, gotcha.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, fine. Both actually succeeded this first roll. So you guys proceed upwards. You guys, as you travel along the river, you'll notice that at places, the river, at this point at the mouth is very broad, but it will narrow, it will widen. Some places barely large enough to be like a creek, really, like a big creek. Some places very obviously a river. There's tributaries and offshoots that the group will have to navigate and kind of judge which one is the main branch. That's how you would get lost here. Obviously, you wouldn't just go, oh man, I guess we need to go off into the jungle, even though the river ain't there. But this first day, you guys begin to proceed through. Who wants to? You know what? We'll just. Oh shoot! I just closed my fountain by accident, swapping tabs. Oren, go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
Right.
This is our encounters. You can go ahead and tell me what you get. 'Cause
7.
7. Okay.
Yeah.
So, you guys proceed through along the river Olong. You see, you hear the jungle almost all the time around you. Distant sounds of exotic birds and plants, things crashing through the river. But beneath a warm day that grows into fairly hot, a typical Chultan day, the day passes without incident. You guys have a few options for how you want to handle your travel. While there's no speed setting on canoes, you can't go slow or fast, you can decide to push yourself beyond the typical 8 hours. Doing so has the risk of incurring exhaustion, but can also take you an additional tile. It's up to you guys. Exhaustion is removed on sleeping as long as you don't sleep in medium or heavy armor. But do you guys want to push your bodies to their limit or play it safe and only travel 8 hours a day?
I mean, at the moment,
steady.
it doesn't feel like we're in a time crunch, so doing the standard 8 hours seems like it's probably the play to me.
It's important that we reserve our energy. The longer we're out here, the more it drains you.
I think that we should take advantage of our first evening to accustom ourselves to the land as we make camp. Best not to do this tired on our first night.
I agree.
Okay.
You see, by the way, you see Alua touching anybody who's in her vicinity, just casting prestidigitation to cool everybody off as they're rowing. So it's just taking liberties.
Yeah, so I think we make camp, quote, early and then...
Okay. Part of the camping process is quite a bit longer when you have canoes like this. You have to drag them up off the bank after finding a suitable spot. Selena really helps with that, and Savin, your kind of natural intuition for this sort of thing. And I think Savin probably has some experience sailing small boats, and probably this size is certain parts of his background. Probably has done something like this, though not in a fucking jungle, not
in a
the
jungle,
Chultan
for sure.
jungle, certainly.
Yeah.
In preparing your camp, Mora, are you gonna have anything to say about the layout of the camp?
I think Kiara may have had to step away for a second.
Okay. Well, I think I can speak on her behalf when we'd say that she insists on ritually casting her tiny hut. That was the plan the entire time.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, she mentioned it before. She's brought up her tiny hut.
So, the layout, unfortunately, there is one creature that can't fit in the tiny hut. That is Bruno. Who Savra has like a nice like collar with an iron spike and a chain that Zavra will like pound into the dirt to kind of keep him from running off if something were to happen.
Shoot, Bruno will totally yank that out in like 3 turns.
It's like a 2-foot long spike.
Oh, okay.
Like iron spike with like a barb on it that she twists after pounding it into the dirt. He probably could pull it out if it came down to it, but he won't pull it out.
No, it's just funny.
Just because he sees like a tasty apple in the trees or something.
Ooh, smart.
For handling watch, are you guys going to take watch from inside the dome? Or are people going to step outside to get a better look around?
Well, I think there will be stepping out to check on Bruno and stuff like that.
But everyone but Mora can come in and out, I want to say, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Kind of, for the most part, we're not... Actually, we are. I was going to say, we're not expecting to be hunted, but we kind of are. So, I think playing it as safe as possible is maybe our best bet.
I'm going to say, I think I'm going to impose disadvantage if you guys plan on staying inside. Disadvantage on perception checks, since you can't like get as good a look. You have to be a little bit more careful, like moving around to not disrupt people, things like that. You're much more limited space. And being outside would also negate any sounds from the group themselves.
I think we do 2 people shifts then.
Yeah, one person can. We can kind of rotate. One person goes outside the dome, the other stays inside, and then they swap after 30 minutes,
Oh.
whatever.
No, I was gonna say like 2 people outside so that you have company.
Oh, that works. That works too.
'Cause if something
Excellent.
happens, you can poke your head into the dome, be like, "Yo!"
Yeah, sound
Fuck
does come through the dome as well, I believe.
Oh yeah,
I think so.
I don't know.
Yes,
I believe
sound
that's
comes,
correct.
sound
Yeah,
comes
sound.
through, but
Yeah.
physical objects can't.
Yeah. Also did look it up. The dome provides like a floor as well, which I didn't realize.
Oh, sick.
Ever.
Oh, good, we're not on
Oh,
just
okay.
mud.
The hemisphere.
Gross.
Apparently,
We're
at one point in the
glamping
spell
now.
it says dome. Another point it says hemisphere or something. Regardless, yeah, you don't have to worry about things crawling up,
Awesome.
which is nice.
Yeah, we got this shit on lock.
All right, Ellie, you want to go ahead and roll a d20 for me?
Okay, hold
What
on.
are
We
the-
did this. We did this last time, and I believe I
going-
was told I was never to do it again.
Yeah, you were told that by the party, and they are not the boss.
You know what? You just want to see us suffer.
Right, but everyone else hasn't made a roll yet, so should.
So what I'm doing this time, I'm just going down the marching order. On the playground, there's the order.
Five.
And what are the I'll say just 2 shifts, just for simplicity's sake. Who wants to take first watch and
Orin.
who wants to take second?
Orin will take first.
I think
with
Alua's
somebody.
supposed to take last so that she and for her bloodletting, her gifting, her blood gifting.
Sure. She'll be on the second watch.
Katep will take the second watch, just so we're kind of splitting up the not very perceptive but heavily armored people.
Sure.
Okay, so that means Sven's on first as well.
I'll take second with not super perceptive, but you know.
No,
Wait,
none,
hold on.
the wizards get to sleep the night.
Alua's on second as well,
Oh, why?
so she's got a very high. I mean, if you want
Wait,
to,
can't you not leave the dome though?
Yeah, Mora can't leave.
Yeah, but I can still keep an eye out. Like he just said, disadvantage.
Oh,
Mora wants to be up.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to keep 2, just kind of for simplicity's sake. If you guys want to be up at one point, sure. The night continues along. During the night, kind of the clouds begin to grow heavier and heavier. Then you would pretty easily see the signs of a coming rainfall. And sure enough, about an hour before dawn, begins to drizzle throughout the jungle, splattering on the dome, splattering on some of the people left outside of it. Though I would imagine they take pretty good shelter under trees. It begins to slowly rain. Nothing troublesome, nothing like the storm that you guys sailed through. Just a light rain for the next day, but passes without incident. And you guys can continue on your way to our map of Chult.
There's like mornings camping are one of my favorite things. I think Orin would find that as well. So he'd be like up before dawn, making coffee on the campfire for the party.
All right.
Ooh.
Super chatty.
Also, I think Alua, after being like super pounded down by that undead thing with along with her brother, is going to try to do push-ups and pull-ups, like just go straight into trying to do what Orin does, just to build strength.
Oh yeah, he'd spot her. He'd show her form. Straighten your back.
Right. Get the blood flowing just after it's leaking out of you.
Probably between like Orin and maybe possibly anyone else, like Sven or something like that, should probably try and like be cool and stuff, but wind up.
Are you going to try to exert yourself to push yourself to your limits, like really go for it? Or are you going to?
I think it's more of like an easing in, just to like get a hang of it, and then probably a little bit more as we get through. But that's her new morning thing of like, I gotta get strong. I need muscle.
Sure. All right. Well, without incident, and with the rain kind of, it's a light enough rain to where some people might enjoy it. Salida certainly seems to, despite the comments. Like she's pulled out like a poncho from her belongings to kind of wrap herself up in, keep her traveling clothes dry, more or less. She's kind of got like a little bit of a bounce in her step and is eager to be back out onto the water. Unless there's anything else to do, Mora, you can go ahead and roll a d20 for us.
Blech.
Oh.
So close to a round 2 with that joy.
All right, Storm Giant again.
So,
I'm back and I brought a gun.
if you want to go ahead and roll, if you want to go ahead and
no.
roll a d100 for me, Kiara.
Oh no. I almost typed 1F100.
Oh, 10 away from the sex number.
Yeah.
Wow,
yes,
Gorby.
it is.
Wow.
You made Ellie walk away. She's like, nah, I'm done. Just same group.
As the rain continues to fall, just kind of maintains its status, now and then growing a little bit heavier, a little bit lighter, but never fully clearing or worsening into something more troublesome. Mechanically, at this point, everybody has a vision out to only about 120 feet. Beyond that, like the rain and the slight mist that accompanies it, the slight fog rather that accompanies it, kind of just makes things a bit too obscured to really make out in detail. Just paddling along. The people who are paddling are pretty beefy, or in Sven's case, big, and used to physical exertion, even if he doesn't have the highest strength. So you guys make good time and rarely have to stop for breaks. Along the way, however, at one point in this trip, a few hours after the day's begun, after you guys have been on the water for a good bit, Mora, both Mora and Alua, in fact, and even Sven as well, you notice in the dark waters, like the dark, dirty waters, a strange shape moving very close to the boat, within about 10 feet by the time you notice it. It's a long, slender, snake-like
I'm
shape.
sorry, guys.
Lightning bolt.
What's your first instinct?
Wait, I don't have that spell.
What?
Magic missiles.
Spell?
Magic missiles. That would be her first instinct.
Yeah, the
Who
minute
saw
like
it?
me, Sven, and Alua, her first instinct, magic missiles motors would be like, all right, lady, running the everything up there. What's this in the water? As we hear, pew pew pew.
As we hear maybe the beginnings of a spell
Yeah.
being cast.
Okay.
Sven, any reaction?
Would I like recognize anything about the creature? Can I do like
Make a nature check.
nature check or something? Yeah.
If it wasn't a water snake, I might have done that. But Mora don't do water.
No.
Dude, you're
Yo, that's a
Pretty-
big log.
yeah, something like that. That's weird. Vines in the jungle. So you begin to interject, and you see Alua begin the motions of a spell. Any reaction? Anybody going to try to stop that or interject on that behalf?
How long? I mean, it doesn't take very long. 3 seconds. He might see
Yeah.
her start to cast. She might hear his voice in her head go, "What is it?"
Do you
What you
cast?
see?
Do you finish the casting, Alua?
I mean, no one told her to stop, and it's
Yeah.
coming. It's,
Go for it. Roll.
It's
roll.
coming towards
cast.
us. Is it coming towards, or is it just like alongside the boat?
You when you notice it, it's like parallel to the boat. Like you might see like the beginning
Oh,
of
like
the head where you
companionship?
at.
I mean, companion fish.
Maybe, but like there's no.
Oh,
It's
okay.
close when you notice it. You're
I
not sure if it's
misunderstood.
coming. You're not sure if it's lunging at the boat or not when you first see it.
Gotcha. Because if it's parallel, then that I assume it's like this, not adjacent, like coming this way. So then I think never mind. She won't do that.
Okay. Then
She'll say like point.
Yeah. Mora also spoke up,
Yeah,
asking
Mora.
Salida.
Mm-hmm.
He looks over. Oh shit! She kind of curses. And after a moment, after it's like, oh shit. I think she has a paddle with her, even though she's not one of the paddlers. She's got like a backup. And she's like,
She's got,
shit,
like, a-
shit, shit, and she like begins to like extend the paddle out and like tries to like hit the snake in the water and like shove it away.
I feel like she has one of those like sticks that's meant for like pushing off of things in case we.
Yeah,
like,
you know that's
like,
perfect. In
We see
fact,
like
yeah.
a dead head we need to like avoid running
a
into.
guiding pole. Yeah, so she tries to like swat out at it and just kind of flatly hits the water, and you see this constrictor, this snake,
Yep.
like a
Yep.
not an anaconda size, like a big boa though, like
Anaconda.
lift its head out of the water momentarily, and then lunge forward. What are you guys doing at this point?
Now
I
it's
think
time
we're
for
killing the
magic
snake.
missile.
Yes,
Yeah.
the spear's out to shank the snake.
That's what we're eating tonight.
Snake.
Does it lunge for her?
It's lunging for the. I'll say with a 1 on a nature, you're like, fuck, why is the vine moving? Like your initial, like you're a step behind everybody else.
That's
mentally
fair.
at the moment.
But hey, Gorby, look at it this way. Katep is like 30, 40 feet back on a different boat.
Which boat?
Yeah. So what are
is
you
it
guys
on?
doing? It's against
Magic missile.
you all. Yeah.
It is. Oh,
It tried to snappy bitey. No, magic missile time. Pew pew.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got my reaction ready to
Dragon's breath,
telekinetically
lightning.
dodge or protect. What is it? I'm just looking for what it's
You're
called.
gonna
Again.
lightning into the water.
Yeah.
Okay. What is that? It's a save for it, right?
Dragon's
Wait, did your magic missile go off?
No.
Hers didn't, but I'm doing it, and I'm just waiting for him to be told to do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You can cast that. No
We can both cast it. Is that
yeah,
what you
sure.
said?
Boo. Boo.
16 dexterity saving throw.
Rah rah
Pretty
says
brutal.
boo.
Ooh. Does it hit it? Hold up 1 second. Let me pull up its stats again real fast.
Well, it takes half damage even if it does succeed.
It does.
It's a DC 16. Wow.
Natural 14. Give me a second to give the snake some health.
You gotta give the snake health? Why?
I
No, you
expect
don't.
you guys to just fucking blast it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the combined efforts of your all's 2 spells, blast into the snake, and after a moment, there's water spits up from the magic missiles impacting the water, then little gouts of blood, like this blast of lightning that crackles across the top. Salida goes, stop, but it's far too late for that.
Oh yeah.
And the snake, there's that moment of like, whoa, what the fuck, what happened? 6 seconds later, you see like the snake's body just limply being carried by the current towards the next boat, but it is dead. Salida kind of turns back and is like, be careful attacking things like that. It was just a snake. That's fine.
That's dinner. Pick it up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can Orin like grab it with his telekinetic?
How heavy things can Orin grab?
Well, with the telekinesis, it's only 10 pounds. I was thinking like using like his like shove as it's passing by, shove it close and then like pull it up, or call back to Katep to pull it out of the water.
Well,
I'll say
wasn't
that
wasn't it lunging at us? So wouldn't the momentum still like?
Hey, not when it gets blasted by dragon's
Okay.
breath and stuff. It's just it was like a boa, like the sort of a
Alright.
big snake, but not a giant snake.
Okay.
Salida is like, I wouldn't recommend it. She kind of comments. I'll say make a dexterity check, like an initiative roll, or I'll say on a 10 or higher, you're able to like grab it before it's out of because it's being carried with the current. There was that splash that kind of gets kicked up in.
Cool.
Yeah. So you can grab it and kind of reach out and snag it. It's a big snake. It's not an anaconda. It's a large constrictor snake.
Yeah.
But as you kind of begin to pull it in, so you're like, we have food for a reason. I'm not really comfortable personally in preparing such things, and it could take time and a fire that could alert denizens of the jungle. She's not recommending it, but she's just one voice.
Can I do like a survival check to see if it's maybe worth the effort of preparing?
Yeah,
I know
sure.
snakes can sometimes be a
I'll
little.
say yeah, survival or a nature check from
I'm gonna
anybody
do
who's proficient in those.
survival. Man, Sven's.
Not too bad. I
Uh,
mean, you definitely
not
know
too
that
bad.
snakes can be eaten. They tend to be a little bit less like meaty than other animals. There's a reason they're not
Really?
typically hunted. But as you guys are considering this, Salida kind of interjects further. Honestly, I'd really rather you just let the beast be returned to nature. She kind of looks between the group, like eyes a little bit hard and insistent.
I'm gonna keep it in case we come across a T-Rex. I can throw a snake at him, and we'll run the other way.
If you meet the Tyrannosaurus, it won't be interested in that.
We'll see about that. I fly. No, I don't. But
Just for fun, give me a persuasion check real quick. Lauren.
Why is it always the
Can
two that are
Alua-
bad at? No one else gets asked to make these. Just the two that
Nobody
are bad
el-
at it.
Nobody else speaks up.
Well, Alua
Okay,
had
really good.
pointed to get the snake too, so
Yeah, she's
14.
you guys, I would say, especially Sven, you've got a pretty high insight. Salida's being a little bit more like firm than you would expect somebody to be. Like it's a bit weird that she's like, no, you should let it go. Like she's being a little bit insistent, but Oren kind of speaks and she diffuses a little bit, kind of shakes her head and waves her hand up. Fine, it's fine. Just be careful. Uptown doesn't look too kindly on those who kill in Chult without reason. You should be fine. That's on a grand scale, though. As far as the legends are told, you're fine. You're fine. She kind of like tries to snap herself out of whatever mood she was in after this snake being killed and then plucked from the river.
Wanted it to be more honorable because we didn't just kill the snake, we're also going to eat it.
No. I'll take the rations that I know are safe.
Oh, that's fair.
Thank you.
That's fair. Never had snake before.
I don't
I
know
don't
if
know
we're
that-
even gonna eat it. He might have magic in his belly.
That's
You
true.
might.
We could use it for fishing.
You don't want to fish in this river, Alua. The less attention we attract, the better.
Cut down.
More if you want to roll another d20 for me.
But why though?
Hey, at least it was a snake, like a regular snake.
There, I rolled low now
Oh,
too.
hey.
It's someone else's
It's
turn.
gonna
Yeah.
start raining.
The rain continues just to kind of lazily fill the ocean, the river, as the group proceeds onwards, and continues throughout the day without any other excitement. No creatures trying to snap at the boat. You guys bring yourselves into camp. Do you want to try to cook the snake?
No, Mora's content
mean-
with her stuff. No, thank you.
I think Sven will stick to the rations or the food we have.
Oren?
Well, no, not if everybody. If it's gonna be a thing, we'll just leave it.
Well,
That's why I kind of left it. And then you asked for a persuasion check. I'm like, yeah, I don't really care that much.
okay. So if Alu is the only person holding on to it, then
I think she's
Oh.
only because I seemed like I wasn't.
Would you kind of toss it back to the water? Like,
Yeah.
Okay. Later, she kind of gives a nod. It's good to not to try to break the natural order of things too much in short. There's plenty of that already, and we're constantly at war with the unnatural. Anyways, Lita kind of goes a bit quieter, but shakes herself out of it after a little while. Doesn't seem too bothered by group's actions here. Yeah, you guys make camp without issue. Throw up the dome, I would imagine, with Bruno getting the sad treatment of having to sleep out in the rain. At one point, Savra might even be like, "Just feel so bad for him out there. I'm worried he'll think he's not part of this. He's not a companion. Maybe I should stay out there with him. Light a small fire, put up a tent."
Well, I was gonna say, I like to think at least when Oren's on watch, he's probably sitting like with Bruno, chilling, making sure the big guy's all right. They might not. He doesn't really like interact with Bruno, but he's in the vicinity. He's around him.
I saw anybody want to like. I think Savra still. She likes her buddy. She might want to stay out there. Do you guys tell her not to? You dissuade her
It's
from
hard
that?
I
for
mean,
Oren to sneak treats when she's there. Can't throw
Mora,
him, like apples
Mora
and
would
stuff.
pull the whole,
Yeah.
we can't promise your protection, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah, blah.
She would kind of relent. She's
This
not
is
that
the...
determined to. If there's any
Yeah.
pushback,
I think
she's
it was also
Right.
suggested not to light a fire. Also, we can just get some. I'm assuming this is the frickin' jungle. There's probably like bamboo reeds or something like that, and we can put some leaves and stuff and make a little cute things.
could. He's a
A
big
cute thing.
triceratops.
Yeah, but
I think
No.
he's used to it.
he just like
Yeah, he's not bothered by the rain. Let me be clear. He doesn't seem to be, at least.
We can give him a
He just kind of
bath
hunkers
and
down.
just
Just kind of hunkers
clean
down
him
a bit.
off. Oh, okay, fine.
Hides his face a bit.
Oh,
But
no.
yeah, he's not that bothered. He seems to even almost like the the muddy conditions. All right. Who's up next? Sven. Give me that D20.
D20? All right. There we go. 2.
Group's fortunate the rain doesn't last through the night. At some point, while some people are sleeping and others are keeping watch, the clouds remain overcast, but the rain stops, and by dawn, the sun streaks back through the river. You guys continue along your way without issue. Moving 2 more squares down. Tap, you're next.
All right, D20.
D20. You guys are about a quarter of the way done.
What?
Oh no.
Boy, go ahead and roll a D100 for me.
All right.
It sounds like 19 to 20 is a number that we should not go for.
60. Wait, isn't this the number you specifically said it would be funny if
Yeah,
I rolled
I
earlier?
think that was
I
one of the
don't-
ones.
I don't think it was, actually.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Was the day clear? The rain was almost nice in a sense that it kept the jungle a little bit cooler than normal. During the day, kind of as you guys paddle along underneath the sun, by and large, I think these canoes do have a slight canopy, but it can't really hold everybody, and there's really no escaping the heat regardless. The insects kind of buzz up and along the canoes, though. Salida's brought some incense that can be lit on the canoes, kind of help with that, keep them a little bit less bothersome, though there's still irritable mosquitoes and flies and such that brave the chemical warfare. Hot, miserable, fun for those who are used to adventuring, but certainly Joyce isn't enjoying this at all.
Oh.
She's probably spending most of her time just underneath the shelter, spellbook open, very rarely flipping the pages. Like she's just spaced out, sweaty, gross. Even through the prestidigitation, there's only so much it can do, like to chill her a little bit.
Well, because it also can create an odor on an inanimate object. So I was thinking Alua could also mirror one and give it specifically to Joyce and be like, "Here, sorry." So she has her own personal thing for an hour, and she'll just continue to refill it. Unless I think Joyce has prestidigitation too, so she could probably do it as well.
We all do.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
All
we
the
cast
magic
themselves.
users, all the casters.
Our
There's
boat's
a-
just going down, and there's this like fog coming off because we're like so cold, and the heat's making
Yeah.
us like
Yeah. So you guys are traveling along. Sven, you at the front, lead of the front boat. You notice a something kind of strange just on the riverbank. At this point, the river is kind of closed in to be 30 to 40 feet from a shore across. There's this large, oddly shaped thing along the shore. Could be a turtle shell, like a blocky turtle shell, except it's way too big to be a turtle shell.
Does it float?
Or is it? Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, no. The more you look at it, the more you're pretty convinced that it is in fact a turtle shell.
He would point out to
Massive.
and ask, like, what is that? Is that what I think it is? Is that a giant turtle shell?
Just a shell, nothing attached.
And she kind of, yeah, that does look like a giant turtle.
Should we steer around the opposite bank, perhaps?
We should try. She's kind of trying to look closer. Make a perception check, could Sven, and if somebody else wants to be part of inspecting more details of this.
Perception?
23.
Yeah. Are you guys going to pause when paddling up? Or you can hold your position while you study it and maybe let the other boat catch up as well? Or are you kind of just handling this on your own?
I mean, I think we would just immediately, like, just try to steer clear of it and then, like, signal to the other boat just to, like, follow our suit.
Yeah, you do that more. Would just kind of turn and message back just to be safe. Like, watch out for the giant turtle.
Your response will probably just be Katep going, "Wait, turtle?" And that's it.
All right. Go ahead and I need Sven and Oren to make stealth checks. Not at disadvantage.
All right.
Sorry, did you say me too?
You're one of the pilots of the ship.
Oh.
Just to confirm, you said turtle shell, not a
Oh.
turtle. Wow.
So I will say Sven with your perception roll, and Lewis as well. Yeah, like there's definitely a turtle.
Oh, there
Like
is
it's
a
like
turtle.
partially like it's not like, you know, it's mostly like hidden in the shell. You can see part of its like head kind of facing the bank. You see this massive like hooked front of just this fucking giant ass turtle, just kind of chilling in the sunlight on the bank. Yeah, you guys begin to try to like paddle along, and unfortunately, as you guys are paddling, you realize that like maybe in a little bit of like adrenaline at seeing this large creature just chilling there for now, your paddles kind of you're unable to really keep your paddles from making like their natural splashing sounds, and once you pull up a few like 20 more feet along the shore, you hear just this like and look over to see like the turtle like beginning to like, having clearly noticed you all, is beginning to like straighten up, opens its mouth.
I throw a snake at him. I'm kidding.
And it begins to just kind of like gives like there's that moment maybe where like you guys are looking at it and it's looking at you, and then it goes and lunges forward. Oh fuck.
Could I cast a spell?
Yeah, on your turn on initiative, which we can
Okay.
roll.
All
Oh,
right.
this is not a snake. This is a.
Is it
We
turtle?
technically rested, right?
Oh, we rested.
right.
This is a new day, right?
Yeah, this is like 2 days later, right?
Yeah, this is 2 days later.
No, it's 1 day later.
No, because I got a perfect day, didn't I?
You got a perfect night.
I didn't mean to short rest.
I got perfect.
Whatever. I'm just gonna put the spell slot back because I only used a single spell.
Oh, wait, no. not that.
What spell did you use?
Magic missile.
That was
Day
yesterday.
before. Yeah, that's why I'm putting it back.
Huh?
Accidentally hit the wrong button.
Heh.
Yeah.
She
I
hit short
use-
rest instead of long
Hey!
rest.
All right, turn up your hearing aid.
There's no
Old
active
man
combat
Sven.
encounter.
Yeah, 1 second. Sorry. There, you guys should be able to add yourselves now.
He's trying to pull out the title.
Yeah, I
Nope.
forgot to. You're on it already. Then you're good.
What?
I added you to start the initiative.
Sorcery!
Oh, good. I roll high when I'm on the other boat.
Oh, I rolled a
Holy, wow. Some decent rolls here.
Guys, I rolled a 3 for my fucking initiative.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
You'll go before me.
Only something you could do about that.
Yeah, no, and I'm going to. Fuck this noise. Orin and I are resetting, bitch.
Me too?
Yeah.
Ooh. Thank you.
Oh, look at you, cute. Oh, hello, Snappy.
Like,
I can pick up to 4 people. And we're fucking re-rolling, me and Orin.
Oh, what about
no.
Selita? Is Selita in initiative at all? Is Joyce in initiative?
Yeah, I was fixing a token.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, okay,
Oh,
fine.
sorry.
I'll wait to see if I add 2 more to that, but definitely
Yeah, I was
me
gonna
and Orin.
say.
Right, Salida got an 11. Joyce got a 7.
Fuck it, let's all re-roll.
Right.
Oh, no, this is the first time Alua has actually gotten above a 10.
Tell me what you guys get when you reroll.
Oh,
change it.
I'm not re-rolling. Oh, sorry,
Whoever-
we're
No,
not rolling.
you're not. No,
Oh.
you're not.
Oh wait, I can clear initiative. So Orin, Joyce,
Mora.
Salida, and Mora.
Yep.
All right, you should be able to reroll.
let's...
I tried, bud.
Oh, come on.
Alright, mine's
use
better
the
at
roll.
least.
Whatever. I use my low rolls
does
on
way
things like
worse.
this. I'll save the higher rolls for swinging my hammer.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
It says they choose which initiative score to keep.
We changed
I'll
that.
keep the 6.
We had
Well, then
changed
you
that.
should have
Rara.
changed the spell in there.
Oh well, I'm sorry. I thought we texted it
Alright.
just because it gets a bit too annoying resetting initiative a whole lot in Foundry. Yeah, we'll look back through and see what the changes, because we changed a fair little bit. Probably won't matter.
Okay,
I'll go ahead and tell you it wouldn't have mattered for Orin or Salida.
Okay.
Yeah, I picked the 6.
Okay, or Lua, you're up. So the turtle is about at this point it's like slipping into the water. It's about 30 feet away from your boat.
30 feet? Okay, so
Yeah.
it's slipping into, but we still have...
Now it
like,
looks
buffer.
angry.
Mm.
Yeah, you can still see it.
Oh, no. Okay. Then I will... Oh, man, I feel bad. Just a little bit. I will
What are you
cast
doing?
Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
I will
Okay,
do
real
it.
quick.
Second. No. Third. But you do need to have a wisdom saving throw.
Alrighty.
16.
How wise is this turtle? This
It does
Oogway
fail.
of the
Be right
rainforest.
back while I deal with my cat.
Okay, then I will roll damage. Give me good damage.
Okay.
13.
that's not great.
Nope. No,
Gotta go
that's
higher.
not for a third freaking level. Second level, I would have been like, okay.
It's
All right, so
those
what happens
2
to it?
ones.
I know. And a 2. 13. She feels
All
bad.
right.
I think it's because she feels bad because I have an affinity for turtles.
Gives a roar of pain and begins to scramble backwards out of the.
Keep paddling. Keep paddling.
Gets.
Pep's turn. What's going on up there?
Get
Yeah,
to-
that's a good question. How far back is the other boat?
You guys
40?
are about 30 feet back, I think. We'll say.
All right. So Katef was told, "Watch out for the turtle." Then heard the equivalent of a roar, and that's all I'm visually
You
seeing.
can see the turtle. Like It's not hiding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw
So
it like lumber up and begin to move in, and then withdraw, scramble back on the shore bank. There we go, the bank.
I think Alua would just shout out, "Don't let it get into the water. It's faster." One would assume.
Well, if we got it feared, I prefer we just let it be. I don't know how far it'll chase us, if at all, if you feared it away.
I don't think it's fear. It just moves back.
What are you doing? You're just gonna paddle up?
yeah, Katep doesn't really have much he can do from this far away, so I think he's just paddling.
Paddle. About catch up to where the other boat more or less paddling at the same time. So you close the distance. You're about 20 feet at this point from where the turtle is. Certainly much closer because that's how rivers work. And still, presumably 30 feet behind the other boat if they're still paddling. All right, Sven, what are you up to?
I have a paddle, right?
Yeah.
Can I It's how far away from us again?
It's about 50 feet.
50
more
feet.
or less, yeah. Scrambling back.
Would I know if it's going to be faster in water?
Yeah, turtles tend to be slow on land, fast but not like terribly bad swimmers.
So is it a turtle or is it a tortoise?
It seems to resemble a member of the turtle family. I'll say if you want to spend your action to try to fully identify the creature with the nature check, you can.
I think that is something I would do.
I don't know that the subtle difference is, immediately.
Because tortoises are notoriously worse swimmers than turtles.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and make a nature check.
Nope.
Oh,
God, it's probably just a rock with legs.
It's probably just a rock.
Buddy,
Guys, that's
nature checks tonight.
To be fair, Sven is not the smartest cookie.
How does Sven handle that nat 1? What does he do?
I think he's just more like a little dumbfounded and in awe of just like the sheer size of a creature like a turtle this week. He's just admiring it, gawking at it, and like forgets to kind of do much about it or like actually think about like analyze the creature. He's just like, holy shit, that is in fact a big I did not.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I just should have been doing something.
All right. Joyce is up. Do we attack or not?
Yes, please.
Okay, she'll just throw out a magic missile. Wait, she doesn't have magic missile.
She doesn't?
She'll throw out an acid arrow. Yep, she doesn't have it anymore. Yeah, just send out just a basic old acid arrow.
yeah, I guess. Well, we have to do something to it because we just can't let it go after the ship behind us.
23
The
hits.
canoe behind us.
Yeah, we can't let it
For
run, please.
9 damage now. 3 later. How much damage did your Dissonance Whispers do, Lua?
13.
13? Okay. Alright.
Not to add more work to you, DM, but I think Sabra didn't roll initiative.
She's on your initiative right now until...
Gotcha.
Oh,
Yeah,
as a
she
couple.
I know.
God damn it.
She is assisting with paddling. I figured. And if it becomes necessary to add her to initiative, then... Alright, Mora, you're up. Creature gets blasted, like just up underneath the shell with this blast of acid that lingers there, getting angrier.
Just checking the range of this spell. Yeah, you know what? I don't like the idea of this thing being all strong and doing shit to our ship, so we're gonna Ray of Enfeeble it.
Okay. Is that an attack on your behalf?
Nice.
Yep,
Definitely hits.
24. Alright, so half
That's
damage
it.
on anything to do with strength.
Then at the end of each of its turn.
Yeah, and at the end of each turns, it'll end if it rolls a Constitution saving throw beating a 17.
Okay. But no damage, right?
Yeah, no damage.
Okay.
It just makes it to where it does half damage. I don't want it fucking our
Alright.
ship.
Let's bring us to the giant snapping turtle's turn. It
Glad
will
I put the ray of enflibblement on it.
rumble the next 10 or so, 20 or so feet back into the down into the water and submerges. There's this
It's
ripple of
gonna
water,
tip our ships. We're
and it
gonna
goes out of
touch
sight.
the water.
Damn it! Right before my turn, I was.
For the moment, it is out of sight. Orin?
All right, I am going to. I'm gonna have everybody start pulling their oars back, slowing down, close the distance between, let the other canoe catch up to us.
Okay,
And
definitely
I will-
works since Sven has his paddle, his paddle in hand, and is just kind of gawking at where the turtle was. You realize he wasn't paddling with you for a moment.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. The other canoe catches up. Anything anybody's doing this round as the creature is out of sight? Anything notable?
Where it did we see where it came from? Was it just
It was
sitting there?
it was just sunbathing, pretty
It was
much.
just sunbathing. Okay.
Just out in the sun.
There's not any tracks walking towards that place or anything.
There were in the muddy bank, you saw signs of maybe it moving through, but no reason to think if
It was just looked like one
it
set of
looked like it
tracks,
was-
aren't
hard to tell at
a
this
cluster
distance.
of these.
You'd
Okay.
have to have gotten closer to really get a good look at that. It seemed to just be sunbathe and notice you guys and get irritated.
Okay. Yeah, I think Sven would be on high alert, but still trying to move along to put some distance between. Once the other boat catches up.
I'll say if the plan is to put as much distance as between, we'll have the paddlers all make athletics checks.
All right.
Yeah, if we
See
can
if you
just leave
really
it behind,
give a
that's
burst. Which
the best.
includes some.
Oh my god! I
Yeah,
can't roll above a
well,
5 today, except for on initiative.
Oh, I did okay.
Okay.
Except on initiative. I'm gonna go fast so I can roll bad.
Yeah.
Shit.
I think we've all had those nights.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, mine was rough.
There's a substantial pause. It stretches on, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. There's that thought of you guys are just fucking rowing as hard as you can, just trying to get away from this creature. It suddenly emerges with a blast of water right next to the first canoe,
So it got into the
emerging
water?
out. Yeah, you guys saw it get in and disappear under, it dove
Oh.
into the water,
I thought-
out of sight.
I would have done something.
Well, yeah, what would you have done?
Magic missile, but
You couldn't
that's okay.
see it at that point.
Okay.
That was the big thing. It went deep into it was diving into the water.
Okay.
It can do that. Merges and is going to try to capsize the first canoe.
Whoa.
Ruh-roh raggy.
Row.
Kind of comes up, and you guys feel in this first canoe there's this sudden lurching as this turtle comes up, and you see it partially clip into the canoe. However, as the canoe teeters and teeters, everybody kind of instinctually leans to one side. Selita calls out, "Brace to the left!" And the canoe lands back, wobbling, still normal size up. Failed to capsize. What would you guys like to do?
The hammer this thing.
Attack it.
Okay, sure. Orin, sure. You can
Yeah.
lay into it if you want to. If you 11, you kind of first swing is too quick, and you're still trying to your legs aren't underneath you, and it goes doesn't hit. We have another attack.
My
Still won't
gosh.
quite do it. Is that?
I haven't rolled higher than a 6 yet.
Oh, that was a 6. I thought it was a 9 into a 14. I was like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, unfortunately, a 14 won't do it either.
Yeah.
What's everyone else doing?
Casting.
Are we back in initiative, or are we
At this point, it's one creature. You guys get a full round, and then it gets to do something.
Okay, so Sven would immediately throw an emboldening bond. I guess he would put it on himself, Orin, and does Selita have a weapon at all?
She carries like a Yukila and a short bow. She in the immediate moment does not seem to like. She's more concerned with making sure the ship is the canoe is stable. She's not
Okay, so I guess he'll throw it on Alua.
Okay.
Because he's starting to recognize she is prone to yeeting herself in places she'll need help getting out of.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
I was
succeeded
about
on
to
its
say,
thing.
Alua is
The-
going to do something.
The ray of enfeeblement did it. Really good. Wait, actually, what's your? Yeah, that's a 12. It was a wisdom save, right? Mora.
Yeah.
Constitution.
Constitution. Okay. that's
DC
slightly better.
17.
Ooh, rolled an 18. Total natural 16. So yeah, it would end, but maybe that was the tip it needed to not capsize the boat. All right. Savin's emboldening bond. Alua, Mora.
It sounds like there's some audio issues on Kiara's end.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so she's trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, shocking grasp.
Okay.
Just try to, because it's in water.
Is that a saving throw on my side or attack roll?
It is a melee.
All right, go ahead and roll that attack, trying to reach out and grab at it.
Nope, 14.
You do have an emboldening bond on, which means you can add a D. You can choose to add a D to an attack roll. You need a 3. You need a 3.
Yay! I got a 3.
3 is just enough. Matches its AC. So go ahead and roll the damage on that.
Wow.
12.
Very good.
Get off of my boat.
Blast of lightning
Zap, motherfucker.
Zap, zap,
reaches
zap.
against it, ensnares into it. While we're looking for more, anybody have any waiting on her? If I have Discord muted right now, if she sends anything, any instructions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and do Joyce. What's Joyce to? Anything that Sven, or that not Sven, Katep can do? You're a little bit distant. Not right next to it.
Am I like within 30 feet, maybe?
Yeah, 30 feet, we'll say.
So we're going to keep this lightning train going. Katep will pause rowing his canoe for a second to pop out his arcane focus in his other hand and cast Jolt towards the...
Okay.
Which I think I've used all of twice.
I forgot you had that entirely.
Save. Natural 18.
Yeah, it does nothing.
Kind of crackles along the heavily reinforced shell. If we're lightning theming, Joyce will just lightning bolt.
Yeah.
I feel like that's escalation. Cantrip, nuke.
She doesn't like the jungle. She's
a little
realizing. Dexterity save for it.
That's a weaker
Rolls a
thing.
natural 18.
This is a very invasive turtle.
Look, Alua made it, played with its brain. It ain't happy.
Alright, calm down, Master Oogway.
Right.
Wow.
For 13 lightning damage to the turtle. Still waiting on Mora.
Yeah.
Wait, did Joyce roll? I didn't see.
I'm betting magic missile.
Oh, I was on private GM.
Mora might not be able to hear.
She rolled a 26 total.
Yeah,
magic
I
missile.
texted.
Sure.
I
We'll have her
messaged if she
blast.
wants to text, you can.
But she might not know what you mean, though, if she can't hear.
No. I wrote it.
Yeah, but she may
wants to
not know
text.
what we mean.
We'll go ahead. Narratively, it might work out just fine. To do
She's
it.
typing.
Oh, she's typing. Okay.
Typing.
This creature, as it's settling
Magic
back down.
missile, 3rd level.
You know what? I knew it'd be 30. All right, sure thing. I'll go ahead and roll that real quick.
That's like 5d4.
Ooh,
Oh, that's pretty good
19.
roll.
Very good. And kind of with that, with the peppering of these bolts and all this lightning kind of coursing along it, it gives this shriek as it's like settling back in the water. and it doesn't submerge entirely, but it begins to like lag behind. Like it's no longer pursuing the boats that are kind of still drifting forward, very slow current. And it seems in the moment like it's not doing anything. Its turn comes and goes, and it's just kind of like chilling, like maybe retreating some, maybe not. Do you guys want to continue to pursue hostility?
No.
I mean, if it's not coming at us still, I don't think Katep would be particularly keen on like trying to hunt it down and kill it. If we can just get past without.
Test.
Hey, you're back.
Oh, hey,
All
we
right,
can
cool.
hear you.
Stupid headset.
Yeah, I think Sven would like ready basically a like reactionary stab in case it gets too close, but
You don't-
otherwise won't aggress it.
Sure. So Salida kind of is like, fumbling for her weapons kind of thing. She's obviously she's a scout. She ain't like a seasoned adventure fighter. She's a step behind you guys. But she's calling out, is it retreating? What's going on? What's going on? Failed to kind of gauge its intent. Anybody who's proficient in nature can kind of maybe give a look over it.
If Sven's gonna do a vibe check on that.
Man.
Well, there we go.
Oh man.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. So Alua and Sven, you actually all three of you really. Yeah. It seems to be like it's been dazed or pretty badly hurt by these attacks. It's not like the verge of death, but it's kind of just like that fuck that hurt kind of stage of fighting, and doesn't seem interested in pursuing, as like the rowers kind of push the oars back in and begin to paddle away. You can continue to see it just kind of standing in the slight shallows of the far bank where you guys tried to avoid it but just couldn't quite, and it's no longer pursuing. Big fucking
Territorial
snappy turtle.
bugger.
Yeah, the poor thing.
Yeah.
She just waves at it.
Grumpy
Aw.
bugger.
Kind
Go
of
back to sleep.
as you guys begin to turn, you guys
Chompy.
like turn down a far bend. You see it like like pulling itself up off the bank. Big turtle, but you guys managed to survive without more hazardous things. Lucky that it didn't capsize that boat. Did not need to roll particularly well.
That could have been really bad, I imagine.
Yup.
All right.
Yes, indeed.
So, third day comes to an end. Continuing to push along. Nightfall happens. And the rain that was momentarily gone returns as if it's angry that it had a break. Overnight, you guys are awoken to the sounds of thunder, the flashes of lightning around you all. I'm gonna have anybody who stands watch make a perception check.
Are we keeping the same order we had the first night?
I'll say at this point it doesn't matter.
Or stays in the dome, no perception
Really
for
to
her.
see if anybody gets a particularly incredible.
Ooh, Sven.
Like a 26?
26.
How's the 26 sound?
26 is pretty good.
How about a 2?
Duality of man.
Incredible in the wrong way, Tep. Incredible in the wrong way.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's been out. You guys you're kind of like keeping up on the west eastern shore. Dimly throughout the night, various points far off to the east, like reflecting off of the thunder clouds, you see these flashes of like blues and purples. Just off to the west.
Like in time with the lightning and thunder, or like separately?
No, not necessarily. Well, you know what? You're gonna love this. Make an Arcana check.
Oh, baby, untrained.
Let me know what you get.
Yeah.
6.
It's somewhat in tune with the storm. You gather that it's maybe related, but beyond that, just kind of looks weird.
Um, I guess depending on who he's on watch with, he would point it out especially if it's a magic user, to get their input on it. But yeah, you
Okay,
might
who's
go something
on?
along.
I
Who's
think
on
it was
watch?
Orin. I think it was Orin and Sven actually.
Go ahead and you can make an Arcana check as well.
Sorry, sorry. Oh, keeps.
Boy.
Yeah, it is pretty. Yeah, like you guys gather that they're seeing like there's exotic colors. It's not like it's blues and pinks, and like flashes of greens and yellows. Very much in the distance. Not just on the other side. You're not seeing this through the trees. You're seeing it far above.
Okay.
Is it
it's
roughly in the
pretty?
direction we're headed?
Pretty?
No, it's much more. It's off to like the southwest.
Okay.
We were told not to go west.
Yeah, it's very like it's distant and in the danger zone. I'll
Okay.
add a note, kind of in the vague location.
I think if it's colorful and pretty, I think Orin might, realizing how far away it is, there just like appreciate it.
Yeah, it's very like Aurora Borealis kind of vibe.
I was just gonna
One
ask, is it
low
kind of
bright
like
spot.
Northern Lights kind of style? Like, that's funky, neat.
Yeah, just like but like distant lightning in the cloud thing, not like the exotic shapes or anything.
I'd even ask, like, what do you think that could be? That could be, an Orin will just start whatever exotic animal, like a quaddle versus a sphinx in the air, having some epic showdown that nobody will ever know the outcome to.
A duel of mythic beasts. I suppose it's with the creatures of myth from here. Perhaps it is not unlikely. I'm glad it is at this far a distance, however. Sven chuckles to himself.
I can't for some
Definitely
reason figure out
agree
how to
there.
make map pens. Investigate. Yeah, it's like several days travel away, though, off the road, so far outside.
It's not any kind of phenomenon I would have seen before.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
And as you explain it to others the next day, if you would, nobody else, even the magic users involved, won't really have seen anything particular.
Oh, okay.
Nothing that really, exotic, probably magical, but without a better look, nobody can really figure it out. So the next day comes, and we are back to Orin getting to roll.
Right.
You guys have rolled really good on your fucking survival checks to not get lost.
Nice.
And as the whims of nature sometimes are, the heavy storm brightens up into a slow drizzle as you guys paddle along the river. One point, early on in the first few hours of this trek, you enter a narrow gorge with high, like 60 to 100 foot cliffs on either side of the. As you guys have approached it and begin to move through it, Salita explains. They call this the Gorge of Laughter. During certain times of the year, the monkeys will line all the cliffs and just scream and scream and scream, and reports say it sounds like laughter. I've never been on the river during that time, so I couldn't say for myself, but just monkeys being monkeys, I guess. Nobody really knows why they do it. Maybe one day. It is silent. Gorge does not echo with the voice of monkeys. You guys continue along your way. Continue through the river, further and further away from the safety of the inlet. The day passes without issue.
How's the end?
Very
That
nice.
night, Alua, you're back up. D20. The rain, slow and steady, after that day of daybreak continues. From where the storm had lightened from a heavy rain, it's just just a slow, lazy kind of spring drizzle throughout the night. One point, Salita wakes up, kind of studies the bank, and decides that the camp needs to move back about 20 or 30 feet from where you guys had set up camp. It's annoying, but 20 minutes later, people are back asleep in the relocated dome further up the bank. Triceratops continues to just be kind of, he's grumpy. Sovereign knows he's grumpy. She's doing her best, kind of, as everybody's setting up camp. She probably takes him and kind of rides him around, creating a perimeter. She's doing the best she can, but poor Bruno, this is not Bruno's natural terrain. But the night passes without issue. The watches go uninterrupted. Just a few more days now, and you guys will reach the point where you hope to be able to begin to dock the canoes and search out the monastery among the cliffs. For now, more paddling.
We can't really get lost going down the river, right?
You can get lost down tributaries and such, mistaking an offshoot of the river for the main branch. But it's a limited type of being lost. You wouldn't be lost for days, but you might lose.
And mechanically, is there any way we'll be able to know if that's happened to us, or
only once you succeed? So the mechanics are, once you succeed on a roll, I'll tell you where you are.
Right. Okay.
We've taken a long rest at this point, correct?
Yeah. The night ends without issue.
Could Alua, as often as she can, when she sees Bruno not being so happy, cast calm emotions on him, just to kind of chill him out?
You can. However, Sabra would notice the kind of upshifts, and she'd be like, actually, if you could, maybe let him work that out. It's part of him getting accustomed to simply behaving.
Following commands.
Maybe if he gets particularly rambunctious, I won't mind the assistance, the magical assistance, but otherwise I don't want to rely. I don't want him to get used to the sensation.
Don't spoil it.
He might start misbehaving just for the
magical high.
Yeah.
All right, then okay, Alua just will be like, okay. Well, she'll of course okay, I understand that. And when she turns around, she will totally give him an apple or a carrot, whatever she has.
Sure.
Yeah,
the twins are absolutely spoiling.
Yeah, her dinosaur is going to be fat by the end of the journey.
Probably. All right.
No, I think we're responsible enough. We'd only here and there.
Mora,
burn it off really quickly.
You're up once again. On y'all's navigation checks, it's every single time it's been a 4 and a 16.
Nice.
Between the two of you.
Who's rolling bad? Is it me?
I've honestly forgot to keep track. You didn't pick a color, so then I forgot. Link to then be purple.
Okay. Wait, no, I'm kidding.
This last time I didn't even roll purple and blue. I rolled blue and critical roll. All right, yeah. No, the day continues. The rain finally clears up once again. Everybody's passively soaked. Even with prestidigitation drying you out. When it's raining, it's only so dry become. Though the magic present does help keep everything from becoming troublesome. Once you guys get in the dome with a few quick cantrips and everybody's dried off, as well as their belongings, no issues there. The rations are becoming a little bit monotonous at this point.
I'm prestidigitating mine. Tasty noms.
Definitely works. What are you are you telling people that you are?
Oh, hell no. Everyone's gonna want me to do it then. No.
Well, I think no. I mean, I think Alua would do it too because it's just a cantrip, and obviously it would be bacon and potatoes.
Of course it would be
It's
for
like
Alua.
it's like a grain bar, right? Or like oatmeal. But it's like bacon, eating bacon oatmeal.
Except for one each night.
Sounds
One
really
is
good.
a bad taste, and somebody's gonna get it, but you don't know. You can put all the rations into a pile and give them out at random.
All right.
Tonight you get booger flavor.
Ew.
Sven, you're up on
what?
D20.
I like it though. Good trickery.
Oh,
more rain.
At this point, no, the rain's cleared up and it stays clear throughout the night. Another night without incident. Another day kind
Guys,
of
we're rolling low is working for us.
pushing
Yeah.
through the jungle. At various points throughout the night, there's like the sounds of like distant beasts crashing and like roars in the distance.
Stay away.
Yeah, everybody. Salida certainly is like, remember, we don't need to investigate unless it troubles us. That's far away. We're fine. And like rolls back over to go to sleep.
yes. Sven like does a quick check to make sure Alu is in her bed properly, like she's supposed to be. She's not running off, going on, doing something,
Okay.
sneaking out to
okay.
give.
She ain't that. She's not that stupid.
She's not sneaking off to give Bruno snacks in the middle of the night.
Oh, okay. Now that's different. Okay. All right.
I feel like she doesn't sneak off to do that. She just does it during
Yeah,
watch.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, another night without issue. You guys continue to avoid the major troubles of Chult. Tap, I believe you're up next.
Let's get this
Or-
nat 20.
Oh, almost.
Oh, it
almost.
was.
Oh,
Yeah, it hovered so long there.
We had two last time, didn't we? We got a
This-
snake.
At this point, you guys begin to feel like you're in a good rhythm. The days are passing by without much issue. All the creatures you're seeing stay away from the kind of center of this river. You guys keep to avoid any predators from the banks. As you guys continue paddling along, just kind of putting your head down, working it. It's about midday when suddenly, as you continue up, you realize that the river that you're in kind of is petering off into a stream. Selena curses on seeing that. Fuck. And think back. It's gonna be about 2 hours just to get back to the before the last branch. There's like a bit of, discussion. Shit, guess we should have gone left back there. Fuck, I could have sworn this was the. Realize that you went up a tributary, reached a dead end. To continue to keep pace, today you're gonna have to go push yourselves further if you want to continue to not lose ground today.
I'm okay with that.
I'd say yeah, sure.
You guys would make.
We'll put in the extra.
A little
And
will
it's
pick up
been
the
a
paddle.
it's been a quiet couple days, so Katep's viewpoint will probably be it's worth trying not to fall too far behind.
Anybody have any objections to that
I don't think so.
part of this? Yeah, everybody will have to kind of be taking their turns rowing or assisting in that way. Means everybody's gonna have to make a Constitution saving throw. Avoid exhaustion.
Right. Push-ups.
I guess this isn't something really I can use emboldening bond on.
No, because it's like a over several.
Yeah, it's an overtime thing. Yeah.
Mm.
Ooh. Oh, that checks out.
Yeah.
Those big people. Oh wow, this is funny. People from you still more. Huh?
What I'm
Did we lose Yara again?
Oh, pick your last Kara.
Oh no.
We lose you?
She's here, and she succeeded too.
Okay.
I'm very curious about the mentality of how Joyce is one of the people that gets exhausted if she's in the middle of the boat and not rowing.
Part of it is also just like pushing
Mental
through and
exhaustion.
keeping the rest away. Only everybody avoids fatigue, as you guys find is kind of Salida and Sven coordinating their discussion, like their survey of the shore. At this point, like dusk is heavily fallen. It's kind of that last. It's pretty dark, but the pair make out a spot to land and navigate that way. Joyce is absolutely fucking done with life right now. Because she rolled so poorly, takes 3 levels of exhaustion.
3?
Yeah. So part
Did
of
she
it,
lose like match HP with that?
nothing.
She does have disadvantage on everything.
Disadvantage on
though.
pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Though she's probably like at some point a couple hours back, like made like some like can we fucking stop finally? And it gets over. Part of this is like each hour you're supposed to make a check, and the check gets harder and harder. But that's so much.
So then does Alua get 3 too?
Lua gets 2. Lua gets 2. But anybody who rolled a 15 or higher gets 0. So, by and large, the group handled pretty well.
Could Alua,
Actually, you know what, Alua, you'd be on the boat with Katep the whole time. I'll say that you only get 1 because
I'm with.
You're on the
Bruno.
other boat. Fuck, that's right.
Yeah,
you're on the other boat.
Yeah,
My bad.
No, I'm with Oren.
I got my order wrong. Yeah. So, so everybody on the other ship, good.
Okay, then
Joyce.
she will like wiggle her fingers and be like a happy spell, which is for calm emotions.
Oh, I get you. Do you put it on Joyce as well?
Yes, for both of them.
Yeah. Joyce passes out pretty fun. Like as soon as the dome is created, she is just out.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Alua
you'll have something needs to happen at night. You'll have 2 points of exhaustion to deal with, which means disadvantage on ability checks and attacks, I believe. At that
and
point,
half your maximum movement speed.
Yep.
All right. Who's up? Katep just rolled, which means it's back up to Oren.
All right.
Yeah, you guys successfully avoided losing, only moving.
Okay. 1 exhaustion.
The night proceeds. Alua does not take watch.
No.
She sleeps straight through it. Joyce.
I think because of this, I'm just gonna say it because I think this is pretty much like a thing. She's so used to doing her ritual that she just wakes up, does it. Whoever is awake, witnessing it, if you're looking, you see it.
Okay.
She just and then rolls back to sleep.
None of the NPCs have been made aware of this, have they?
No.
Nope.
Not even Sven. I don't think Sven either.
Right, because
I believe didn't we?
I think he did catch
On the night we slept in the dome on the ship.
you
were
said
fast
that
asleep.
you.
Oh
were
right,
sleeping
yes,
a
yeah, he
lot.
did. He
Yeah.
fully slept through. Yeah,
if you'd like to roll a perception check. Actually no, do you take first watch or second typically?
I think it was Katep and Alua on second watch normally.
yeah. I think normally I would take first watch.
Salida will stay up for second watch. If you want to be asleep for it, you can be. If you want to wake up for it, I won't say you can't. If you want to put it to chance, you could just roll a d20, and on an odd number, you wake up or are awake to see Alua doing this.
Nope. You do the sleepy.
The issue is she's sleeping on your side that has the eye patch, so even if you were to wake up, you wouldn't see anything.
Wow.
So as you kind of pull out your, it's a knife you use, right?
Yeah, it's the sword, the gifted sword from Davil.
The rapier, okay. As you kind
rapier.
of pull out the blade to cut across your palm, you hear Oh my fucking god, what's her name? Savra. Savra's voice kind of hissing through the early morning. Noah, what in the God's name are you doing? She kind of like
I gotta
reaches
feed
out a
the-
hand to try to grab your wrist, stop you.
Gotta feed the lamp. She's like falling asleep while doing it, and when she's done, she's like, roll over. Nothing new.
What's going on here?
It's something about the lantern. It's cursed, and we've been trying to figure out how to break the curse so she's not obsessed with it.
Feeds it her blood?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but Katep knew that you were bloodletting back in Waterdeep. We had the intervention, and you were like, oh, okay, and then acted like you had stopped and had started healing the scars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Katep will kind of think for a minute, is like, I didn't think she was still doing that. I thought we had fixed that part at least, but I guess not.
I guess like nothing that takes blood from people is good.
Oh, I agree.
When we get back to the Empire, you should have her talk to the priests or somebody. Somebody who knows these things.
We had a priest, glyph scribe, try to help out, but normal methods of removing curses didn't work, apparently.
The followers of Dendar can't keep their noses out. It's good, you know, it's not what to say a real cleric, but a real priest.
It couldn't hurt trying to get more information. Also out of character, priest of Dendar, huh?
Is that it? The glyph scribe?
No.
No.
Oh, I got it.
Dendar is the
Daenerys.
night serpent
Oh,
that
right,
that's supposed to eat the
Daenerys.
sun.
And she kind of pauses. Wait a minute. Right, and there, that's the one in the Daenerys, or whoever. Davil, for all I know. I don't. Whatever.
So,
So-
sorry, we did have Morris try remove curse, right?
He tried to remove curse and it did not work.
That'll work. Right, but yeah, so Savra is now aware. The other two are not.
Yeah.
But the night passes without issue. You guys do complete your long rest. The exhaustion wears off for the wizard and the sorcerer. The frail wizard. The sorcerer, that is. Since
I
there's one
was gonna
wizard who's
say,
like, fucking, I don't give a
"Excuse
shit.
this wizard over here be fine.
They ain't fucking been on a forge all day before. This is nothing. All right, and you guys are nearing the
I'd like
end
home
of
if I weren't on
journey.
the fucking water.
All right, so
fucking
Orin
wet
just
stuff.
went. Brings us back to Alua.
I thought I just went. Didn't I roll like a 5?
You know, that was a Lua. I don't.
I just
Everybody's
went.
rolled since then, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, everybody's rolled since you.
Oh.
We just haven't been getting stuff.
Yeah, Sven rolled to see if he woke
Except
up
lost.
to see the lantern thing, but
He also rolled a d20 as well up there.
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
Oh, you rolled a 5 and I rolled a 5, and so okay, I probably a lot of 5s going on.
We all don't seem to like double digits when we're trying to get there. So
You guys are traveling along. Continue to paddle forward and paddle forward. Alua, you'd be the first to notice something strange peeking out over the through the trees off to the southeast, far, far away. It takes you a moment to realize that it's like a little bit, like a minute of looking. Like, what is that? What is that? That's a fucking like mountain or something, way in the distance,
Like
off to the southeast.
like an actual mountain, not like something.
Maybe it's hard to tell right now. Like, it's not like doesn't seem to have a peak right now. You're just seeing it through the trees. Might be a plateau of some sort, but it's very far away.
Oh, so plateau.
some sort of very like some sort of distant, elevated terrain.
Okay, she'll. Yolanda, what's her name? Not Sabra.
Selena,
Salida?
Lita.
Selena.
Yolanda's nothing close to that.
Yolanda?
You've been doing so good, Ellie. I'm
I
happy. I'm happy that this is back.
Yolanda Hathaway.
Oh, of the House M. Cathaways?
Yeah, she's kind of noticing it too. Like, there's not a lot of stuff
Okay.
involved, and the others of you with high perception, even though ones without after a bit, kind of can start looking that way and making out the distant train now that
is this the plateau that the Aarakocra or the monastery of the Aarakocra are on? We don't know. Oh, okay.
maybe.
Salida.
Yeah.
Yes, Solita.
Or is it Ishao?
You know what? We said purple for Sven, right? Solita did roll a nat 20 on her survival check, so I'll say it seems to. It looks like it's in the right place, about 20, 30 miles away. Probably. Remarkable that we can see it through the jungle. Good eye. Yeah, I think that's our destination.
All right.
How many more days?
If you guys
Steve?
point it out, I'll mind link back to Katep to point it out too, so they can
Yeah.
get a little bit of the morale boost to seeing that.
Just fun.
We're-
Make a
we're actually
perception
getting
check.
somewhere.
Tap.
Oh, good. I'm good at these.
Hey.
13.
Good enough. You kind of, after a moment, you note it too, Savra as well. If you spot it without issue. If you'd rolled really bad, it'd be like Savra's like, no, the West could have. But you passed. You passed.
Yeah, that would have checked out.
You guys, Sven, you certainly know that's the navigator, kind of keeping track. You can probably stay on the river for another day, but then make camp. Like when you break camp tomorrow, probably just keep to the land. Head on.
Okay. Yeah, I think Sven would like declare that in a like planning style, like with Salida, say like, what do you think? You know, we do one more day and then does it sound good? And she'd like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, nice.
Pass it along, make sure everybody
Yeah.
else knows it. Tonight we'll make sure to find somewhere that we can really pull the canoes up, in case it starts raining while we're gone. When anything went off.
Yeah.
At this point, probably Savra kind of like, so how are we gonna get Bruno up a mountain?
We don't.
I have a plan.
Do you want to elaborate or nah?
No.
Okay. Kind of hear like worry. He'll be all right, Bruno. He'll be okay.
I think at one point Katep will just lean in towards Mora and be like, can you do that thing that Wishes keeps trying to do to you?
Aye, for roughly 2 hours at a time. We'll be traveling really damn slow.
Right.
How long does it seem like we'll need to scale this cliff?
Too far away at this point.
Yeah, I think we'll know more when we're closer.
Yeah.
I think in the worst case scenario, I think we make a second base camp at it, and ask Savra and Bruno to guard it, and we'll make the ascent without her.
I was gonna say if we can polymorph Bruno into like a cat or something, Katep can just cast spider climb on himself and run Bruno up the cliff like a football.
Yeah, I also have a potion of climbing.
Yeah, we'll
Feed
just
that to
feed that to
Bruno,
the
have him walk out.
Not a mouse. Not like just something you put in a pocket. Something you have to actively.
Yeah, like
Look,
not like a bird that could fly up
I
or.
was gonna say, couldn't you just turn him into a bird then?
but then we'd have a bird flying off that would become a triceratops after 2 hours.
I don't know if Bruno's well enough
It's just like
trained
flying like 80
actually,
feet in the air. Just fucking Triceratops, like 2-ton animal just drops. Fucking.
They do keep the intelligence of the new creature.
That's
So
true,
I
yeah, we
mean,
would want, yeah.
become a bird and be like, oh shit, I'm a bird. Bye.
A bird.
A really smart bird. Let's-
Last rolls. Who just rolled? Zen.
Oh,
No.
no, Lewis last one that
Lewis
rolled.
rolled.
That makes it me.
All right. You
All
with
right.
it, Mora.
Got this.
Don't beef it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah, what was
There
that?
it is.
Storm Giant appears on the cliffbase.
I think
Right.
Allura rolled for the morning, right? For the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
7.
you guys proceed throughout the day without issue. Traveling further and further along, you do like the distant object coalesces into a large plateau. It's still very distant. Still a day's travel at least away. It's hard to fully gauge how difficult it will be. But you probably could reach the plateau in a day if there's not any hazards along the way.
Are we on a new day, by the way, or is
We're
this
on a new
like...
day. Yeah. New
Okay,
day.
so no more exhaustion for Allura.
Yep. You guys find a good spot to make camp, to pull up, about like 100 yards or so off of however far, far enough off the river to where you don't have to worry about the canoes ending up in the drink by accident, and set out to kind of settle your camp for the day. Spirits are certainly among the Joyce is excited. The prospect of not having to spend, she probably thinks, honestly, if I had to spend one more fucking day on that goddamn canoe, I think I might have lost it. I might have just turned evil right then and there. This would have been the beginning of the evil sorceress Joyce. So I'm
Orin's
glad
like chuckling
Aren't
behind
you a
her.
wizard?
Careful what you wish for.
it's a all-encompassing term. Yes, technically, I draw my power, the arcane practices of preparing and memorizing spells. What do you know about? Who asked you? What do you know about it? She's not in that good of spirits yet. She's so snappy.
Allura leans over to Sven and she's like, "This is why I don't tell anybody that I'm a sorcerer. There's some negative connotations regarding it, so."
Obviously, like, she's not actually like fully irritated. She's just snappy. It's her first time away from civilization.
Somebody we were homesick.
Man.
Oh no. Allura will just continually offer a happy spell, and that's about it if needed.
I'm fine.
We're gonna light up.
As you guys are making plans, Savra's like,
Smoke a calm emotions joint in the back of the dome.
That's right.
you guys, Savra is like, getting Bruno settled for the night. He's like, aren't you excited? Tomorrow you're gonna get to run out and chase things and really stretch your legs. And like, as she's doing this, she's doing like a little bob and weave, little dance motion that she caught that mirrors what Allura was trying to teach her on the boat. And Bruno's kind of getting into it now. He's like, yeah, bouncing along with Savra. He's like hyping up a little bit. Settle in for the night. Who's taking first watch?
Orin and Sven.
Okay. I need so that evening.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. I want to check something.
Go ahead and explain just something a little bit more while you're looking into that. The jungle is alive at night. The chitter of distant birds, the rustle, a bit of a wind is blowing through. It honestly is just making it hotter. Like, it's not a strong enough wind to be pleasant. It's just passing more musky, humid air onto you. Yes, it's a particularly lively night in the jungle. Were you looking at, Sven?
All good.
Okay. So both of you guys make perception checks at disadvantage. The sounds of the jungle becomes difficult to discern what might be dangerous and what might not be.
Oh no.
Okay. 17.
Pretty good.
Oh boy.
One's not great. So I would almost imagine what does one look like? What's the worst watch Orin ever keeps?
I think he's he doesn't usually show his affection for animals around other people, but he's probably sitting there just talking to Bruno about shit, right? That he doesn't talk to anybody about. He's like, Darwin was like me dad, and he just disappeared one day. All I got was a letter in a glass. I guess a big house too.
That's so funny.
I guess I got a house too.
Bruno's like, and how does that make you feel?
I find when I'm sad, interpretive dance helps process those emotions.
He just kind of falls
One foot.
over.
Other foot. 1 foot.
And it's distracting, and you kind of, Savin's diligent and stoic enough to like not be totally absorbed in this, but it's still distracting, like seeing Orin a little bit different, and maybe like the relief of not having,
Ooh.
having something different the next day. The end of the journey very literally in sight, at least the end of the first leg of the journey. Then like after as the night kind of continues and you hear things off in the distance, after a bit, absolute darkness, the kind of hairs on the back of your neck stand up. You kind of pause for a moment to listen in, and you realize that all those chitterings and chirpings have kind of faded away slightly. And that definitely is worrisome. And you're looking around, and in the darkness around the camp, you begin to see red eyes appearing here and there.
I think,
And that's where we'll take a break.
Oh no!
We'll be back 15 after.
All right.
All right. Bruh. Okay, I'm gonna get a coffee.
Now there's Chitty's catchphrase.
All right, 1 second.
Nothing like a midnight coffee.
Coffee. All right, going
yeah.
now. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello,
Back.
everybody.
Oh, hello there.
Sven,
Oh, hello.
Ooh.
red eyes in the gloom. You don't have the best night vision. You can make out shapes lumbering forward. We go ahead and need everybody to roll initiative. Most of you all are asleep.
Can I get a or wake the others off before?
Not before initiative, no. Because
Really?
this is a
Back
surprise.
to the playground.
And
Damn.
on your turn you
Delete
can.
the old
Not
initiative,
before.
please.
Oh, sorry, I need to activate the map.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Another
the
initiative map.
Oh.
Hey,
Oh.
there's my dome of the good stuff.
We can see the things, even though we can't see the things.
Oh no, creepy undead things.
Foundry's loading kind of slow on my end.
I'm sure everybody's joining.
Oh, hey, I rolled good again.
Hey, me too.
Why? Why? Why is it always when I can't act?
Sorry. Oh.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh,
Why am I the last person to go? Why can't I wake everyone up before?
it kind of tracks though. He values his sleep. I feel like that's.
I'm on watch.
He's awake.
Oh, you're on watch. Okay, never mind.
Right.
It's more like
So-
he's like, what? What is that?
Yeah. One second, be
God,
right
I
back.
wish I wasn't
Cats.
fucking dumb.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah,
I'm
poor
dumb
8
too.
intelligence.
Not
Oof,
that dumb.
that's where your int
No,
went.
actually, I'm
That's
super
where your
smart,
dump
yeah.
stat went.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I mean,
you know,
makes sense for a cleric, but
Well, let's be real. My
Oof.
charisma isn't very high either.
well, yeah, that's where my dump stat went. I just picked a race that gave me 2 plus 2s. Hey.
I'm just gonna give you guys a warning. I completely forgot something downstairs, so after my turn, I have to run.
That's good. That's good. That's fine.
I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
well, spoiler alert, you're asleep. So
Go ahead and run.
Go
You
get
can
it.
get it.
Go
Yeah,
get it
yeah,
now.
you
Go
can
get it
run.
now.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So yes, then you're kind of peering off into the gloom, and
They can't get into my dome. Fuck these guys.
does a 16 hit you?
Yes, because I'm wearing my armor because we said that's a default, or no, because I'm not wearing armor because that's a default.
I'm confused. What's your AC?
18 with armor on.
Yeah, you're fine.
You should
yeah,
be in
yeah.
armor
You guys
now.
would be. Yeah, you guys would be wearing armor.
Okay.
The-
I can't
On
remember what
watch?
we
The
said.
only
default
reason
is.
the only reason you wouldn't be is if you had exhaustion that you wanted to clear off.
Right.
You can't be in it during the long rest.
Right. Okay.
Even
Yes.
during
So
watch, you wouldn't be able to be in it to keep the mechanical penalty of it. So yeah, you're kind of staring out. Do you have a shield?
I do have a shield on.
Yeah, so you're kind of staring out, and you kind of there's just that instinctual emotion of like danger, and you like hear a twang of something, and pull your shield up defensively in front of you, and an arrow hits the shield, embeds into it.
Oh fuck.
Now that you have the kind of the direction and kind of coming vaguely like northwest-ish, you can understand where the enemy is. I'm not giving you this attack. Didn't need it because you rolled a 22 total.
Machi.
Second arrow kind of slips up underneath the shield, hits you in the rib cage. This one.
These are arrows, right?
They're arrows. However, as the arrow impacts, you feel both the kind of somewhat familiar blossom of pain, followed by an echoing, like something else, not pulsing in you, but like being drawn out of you. You take
Oh shit.
maximum physical damage is 15, or excuse me, 8, 10. So you take 11 points of physical damage and 1 point of necrotic.
Sorry, 1 point of necrotic?
Okay,
you're cutting out a bit.
I happen to be immune to necrotic damage because
Pretty-
of this, where it says here, Orin is super awesome.
That's crazy for you.
Actually, this makes immune to damage.
Wild.
Okay.
Give me just a quick moment. I gotta fix my. Okay. Like, you do take one more shot. Does come at you. Cat, can you not? He just keeps knocking off my little hedgehog statue.
Who? Aw.
Evie.
This cat.
Okay. Where were we? What happened? What did I miss?
They're
I've
being
been
pelted
shot
with arrows.
by arrows
Ah.
so far.
The fact that these undead are employing ranged weapons kind of frightening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next one is a 20,
A what?
24.
Yeah, I don't know why I asked. Anything over 20 hits.
For 13 points of physical damage and 11 points of.
Sorry, how much was the first amount of damage? I think
I think it was 13 total.
13 total. It was
No, 12.
It was
total.
11
12.
plus
It was
1.
12 total.
Yeah.
12
It
total.
was 12 total. Okay, yes. So sorry. So 12 total puts me at this, and then another 13.
13 physical plus 11 necrotic.
Plus 11 necrotic. So that's 24 damage.
Goodness.
Okay. Give me a quick hot second to do a thing. Okay. We're good.
All right.
We have
Then
not briefed our allies on this yet.
through the underbrush, all around you, you hear the rattling and shuffling of creatures lumbering forward, including the no voices, just odd guttural grunts.
There's so many guys. I'm so sorry.
It's alright. We're good,
I didn't
right?
mean to.
They might have like only 2 hit points. We'll find out.
All right. Phasing through the surprise round that happens.
Oh fuck, I found a surprise round. I'm gonna go so slow.
Sven, I guess it just kind of comes to you first.
So did you say I'm first?
Yeah.
I
I can't remember exactly if Orin, you'd get your turn at this point. You can't take actions, but you can do anything else. After you hear like the sounds of an arrow hitting wood or metal of Sven's shield and a few more impacts.
Fuck.
You
Oh yeah, hearing
Get
the ping and then the grunt, Orin would just it'd be a quick look over and warrior instincts kick in. He's rising to his feet, hammer in hand, and he's calling for the camp to get up. Under attack!
Yeah.
Everybody help! And yeah, defensive posture, turning around. Oh, and his eye activates. There's this pulse of red as his eye starts to glow for dark vision.
Looking around, you can see these pale zombie-like creatures lumbering through the jungle underbrush. None of them are armed, so whatever the source of this weapon, I think you might be able to, at this, Orin's not blind. You can see a creature further in the distance, readying more arrows. Another similar but armored and a little bit more intellectually poised. The creatures coming at you are zombies of some sort, though they are pale and whitewashed with glimmering red eyes. At some places where their organs or tongues spill out, you can see the flash of red, of crimson. But otherwise, they are pale. They are just grayscale creatures.
There's 2, 3, 5, 6. Fuck!
Then you're up.
Okay, and I can do things?
You get a full turn. Pretty much anything above a natural 1 would have kept the surprise round from happening, but that's the way it went. However, it is mostly dark to you. These creatures are, you vaguely see them, but...
Seeing zombies, Sven is going to Let me do some. I'm gonna want to put myself roughly within 30 feet of as many as I can.
Okay,
I
it's
believe
dark
this.
vision, so kind of keep that in mind that you can't really make them out, but you
Sure,
can
yeah.
go
So
with as well.
I'm gonna. You know what? Yeah. Yeah. I would probably retreat to right beside the bubble, saying like under attack, like at the ready. And then I'm going to basically you see Sven like look up to the sky, arms like reached out to his side, like palms up, and said, and you probably would hear him mutter like, "Eldath, protect us," as he draws his hands in and like claps them in like a like palms together praying pose in the middle, and then a circle of green light like spreads across the ground, and I'm gonna cast Turn Undead using Channel Divinity.
Hey!
Okay.
Ooh.
So it's a DC Wisdom saving.
What's the saving throw? Like what's the number?
It's my spell DC, right?
Yes,
Uh,
spell
15.
DC.
Yeah.
It's 15.
All right. Do have +2 to their wisdom saves. So it's within 30 feet.
Within 30 feet of him, yes.
Yeah,
They
I
have
think
a
that's
+2.
all
They're
of
wise
the
zombies.
zombies. Seem to be. All right. I'll start with the one straight above you.
They were
That's
made
my
by
wolf.
the cultists.
Success. Success.
Play off.
Fail. 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 Success.
You get quite a few of them at 30 feet.
Yeah.
Fail. So I think these two succeeded. Put a dodge thing on them. I should have done this as I was going. Fuck. I think 5 succeeded total.
So if they are lower than a 1/2 CR, they get destroyed. Otherwise, they are just turned.
No, it was 4, wasn't it? All right. Yes. So there's this what you call this turn out. You call down the magic and expel it outward. How does that expulsion look like? Is it a wave of light? Is it
Yeah,
visible?
it's a rippling wave of like green light. It's a green like ring, and it spreads like along the ground. And if it comes into contact with anything, like roots and vines, like will of this green light will like shoot up the undead.
Okay. Yeah. So as it does so, several of the creatures you can hear several of them continue trudging through the underbrush. These things aren't trying to be particularly quiet at this point. Several of them you can tell with your good passive perception have faltered, but none of them disintegrate. None of them are destroyed.
Ruh-roh team. uh Mechanically, I suppose it wouldn't. Does this at all like the vibe of this? Well, would I be able to identify how many there are, given I can't necessarily see into
I'll say
it?
you've got a really good passive perception. There's about a dozen creatures.
But a dozen
closing in on the
creatures.
camp.
Okay. Yeah, so I think I would just like call it that, like a dozen creatures, undead, 2 arms,
Help!
something. I don't know. Yeah, help! Wake the fuck up! So that is my action. I believe that is an action, right?
That is indeed an
It is
action.
an action.
Yeah. As a bonus action, I am going to cast a healing word on myself, I think.
All right.
Just to heal myself up a bit.
How are you doing?
That ends your turn.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, because I moved as well.
All right. Mora, you are up.
Balls,
You are
balls,
prone.
balls, balls, balls.
Part of like your, getting awake and stuff, you can grab your things are within arm's reach. You can gather them as you stand up if you want to stand up.
You know, Moira's gonna grab her book, and as she's standing up, she's gonna reach out and pat Katep and go, "All right, buddy, you gotta move." And I'm gonna cast haste on Katep.
Hey!
Still.
That's
God
Corby,
damn it,
damn it.
Corby.
That's my action. I don't have a decent bonus action. I don't want to move. I'm happy in my dome of no touchy. Yeah, I'm good. That's my turn.
All right. You want to end your turn?
Yeah,
Lua, you're
I
up.
was trying to.
It's Alua, then it's Yolanda on deck.
Yolanda. Okay, so Alua is like, no, I don't want those ones, because she just got woken up violently by her brother yelling. Like vaguely hears something about 12 people, 12 things. Like can't see anything, can't see shit. She's like, ta-da! And her lantern like lights up, flares up from her prone position, just 30 feet of light. A 30-foot radius of light from her.
Hey, that's good, because that does things to undead.
Where can I
did it. I got you.
Oh, yeah,
I got
thank
you.
you. So you can do that. I will go ahead and just link once again what it does, so that y'all know and can see. Sees Sven a little not good, and rolls over and just kind of touches him outside of the dome and casts the healing.
Roll over Joyce and just, here's your cure wounds, buddy.
Roll over Joyce.
No, I know you didn't, but that's just what I pictured. Just,
What?
here you
Right,
go,
yep,
buddy.
bonus action to activate the lantern.
Yes. Yeah, so then she just does the curist of the wounds for decent-ish healing.
There you go.
So you get an additional 15. She'll just be like, you got this. And sits up just to see everything. But that's all she can do.
All right, so Lita wakes up. Shit! She's grabbing for her bow, rolling into a active position. Make a check for her. Okay, yeah, she's fine. She kind of begins to aim towards the nearest zombie, but kind of pauses just a moment after seeing it like falter, no longer reaching forward, and will aim for the second nearest one instead. One that is not turned. And we'll make, she gets 2, I think? Yeah, 2 short bow attacks. Hopefully clear, good. Just roll both the attacks. Both of them hit.
Hey, at least they're not hard to hit.
Yeah.
She does
Poison
not
damage.
have poison. No, that is.
Oh.
She does not have. She poisons her arrows in the. Actually, you know, yeah, she does. Unfortunately, zombies immune to poison.
They lose that with the thing, don't they? Oh, no,
Yes, they-
resistances.
Well,
It's
Yeah, they
resistances,
only
not-
lose
yeah,
resistances. Yeah, not
Yeah,
immunities.
damn. I went back to read. I was like, don't
Yeah.
they? Oh, right.
yeah. Yeah, they're not alive to even
yeah.
accept any poison, I guess.
But 10 damage to him. To 1. Doesn't really seem particularly bothered by the presence of 2 short arrows in it, but that is her turn. Which brings us to the Gray-White's turn.
Dun dun dun.
In the back there, after this green ripple spread out, and the lantern kind of lights into existence. Just at the edge of that light, Sven, you see, and those of you with dark vision see it more plainly as the creature kind of begins to lower the bow, kind of give a low laughter. Your goddess won't protect you here, kind of calls out as he takes a few steps forward and pauses to bring one hand off of his long bow and just rakes it across the front of like just above where he's wearing this leather armor, just rakes it across himself, and blood splatters out, this bright crimson blood that glows even more crimson in the light. I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw.
Or throw up.
thanks to convenient positioning by the DM, I am in the middle of most people who weren't on watch, so +3.
Ooh, 18.
Oh, I've been muted. 26.
Oh, I've been muted.
Jesus Christ.
Is it 10 feet or
26?
15 feet?
It's 10 feet within 10 feet.
10 feet. Damn. Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm not in range.
Oof,
Am I in
15.
range? Am I in range? of
23.
You are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everyone outside or not outside the dome is in range.
Okay, so how much is it? Plus.
3.
+3.
Okay. Oh, so 21.
Mine's only a 15 though. I'm scared.
15 just fails. Anybody who rolled lower than a 16
Oh.
takes
Oh, poor Bruno.
7
Bruno's got-
points of necrotic damage.
Oh my god.
And we do that real quick to everyone, to my peoples. Savra failed. Zelita succeeded.
Fucking god! Alright, Katep, you don't get your turn. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
It happens.
Oh, does he get exhaustion?
Ooh. You
He's
have
stunned when it fails.
Kiara. You have +3 to that roll.
Oh, that's true. It's a saving throw.
Oh, thank Christ.
Oh, it is a saving throw. Oh.
So never mind, it's there.
Don't say I never did nothing for you.
Alright, you're right. You're right.
Alright. Zelita take the damage as well. All right.
My heart didn't
so-
fall out my butt. Yours
So for those of you who failed on this throw and took the damage, you feel like this pulse, invisible, but like you feel it move through you, and then like this sudden like burst of pain close to your chest. Savra gives a louder ah, ah! And it seems to be in more pain than everybody else. Tap, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna spend half of my hasted movement to stand up from being
You know
prone.
what? Pause that, strike that, rewind it. He still gets 2 attacks.
What?
Reggie.
That he will send towards Orin and Sven. 1 at each. Longbow attacks. Orin, it's a 16. I believe
Ping.
misses.
Yeah.
Then it is a natural 20.
Fuck
Re-
off.
oh, no, you're not close enough. Fuck.
What?
You are close enough. Reroll it, bitch.
Yeah, it's the creature that's hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What's the range?
No, it's the person who does it. It's 30 feet, and you're just in 30 feet.
Yeah, sure am. That is a 12.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Mora.
Okay. You're welcome. No, more. It's just like, he's taken enough hits. Lay off.
Okay, what? 3 people failed that save, right? Yeah.
Yep, 3 of us.
No,
did.
4 people. More.
4? Oh, no, yeah. I forgot about Bruno, because we don't talk about Bruno.
Katep, you are up though.
All right, so
Now you take half your
yeah, half my hasted movement to stand up, and like, Katep may not be highly like book educated, but he's pretty smart when it comes to fights. He can see that that creature both has intelligence and did something that got past Mora's magical dome, because there's dim light along with the bright on Alua's lantern.
Yeah,
I
it's
can
standing
see
right
it.
there. Yeah.
So, feeling himself like invigorated by whatever Mora just cast on him, he's gonna run for that guy. He's gonna like vault over Joyce. Oh god!
Yes, like a boy.
Jeeps.
Yeah, she's still on the ground, I think. She's still laying
Yeah, she
down.
is.
Yeah, that's why she's just like, eh! Big metal boot near her face.
And
You
I'm
can,
going.
you can make it there even at 15 feet.
He has 30
Weighs half.
I have 30 because hasted,
because of haste.
Okay. Yeah, just making sure.
and I'm going to swing on this guy and see
for
what
it.
I can do.
Of which you get 3.
Kill him. Oh.
Attack, buddy.
You're like not used to this sensation, and like you
have
come
an,
off like
do you have an
know.
inspiration?
I
DM inspiration.
do actually.
Because a
Do we-
boss might end your attack round. Oh no.
Do we?
No,
We
it's just a
played that
myth.
roll. No,
Yeah.
no,
Do
okay.
we? do we rule it that I have to declare beforehand, or do we treat it like a reroll? With
It's a
inspiration?
reroll.
I think I might go ahead and burn that.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, so instead of a natural 1, it is a natural 1.
Wow. You're kidding me.
It's only because he said.
Wait.
It's only because
Only
he
wanted to
said.
do that.
It's only because he said instead of a natural 1.
No, 100%.
I was gonna comment, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to jinx it.
So good tap. Too unused to this speed.
It's like when you're driving someone else's car and it has a really sensitive acceleration pedal. He goes to swing and it just goes way too fast. He's like, oh shit. Second attack.
Oh my god! Wow.
I honestly think it's the algorithm.
A 13
I don't know.
misses.
Yeah, this checks out.
It
Hasted
catches it on the wall. It catches it. Actually, I think he just reaches out and like pushes your arm aside.
Fair enough. Hasted action attack.
Okay.
20
okay.
does.
There we go.
I am going to put a first level divine smite into this.
Yeah.
So 11 slashing, and does this thing count as an undead?
It is an undead.
And another 10 radiant.
And, yeah, this kind of like this creature, this white, is laughing at you as he parries this blow away. You come back, catch him across the arm. There's a burst of magic. It's like fix the damage. There's no further effects.
And just because I am aware that I am now kind of isolated from the rest of my companions, bonus action, I am going to cast Shield of Faith on myself, as there's a brief golden shimmer that kind of looks like a billowing cloak before it kind of settles back down into my armor.
Okay.
So with
now you have a
that
plus
and
4
haste,
to your
I
AC,
have an AC of 25.
Okay.
What?
That's decent.
What the fuck?
I'm waiting to get hit anyways, don't worry.
Yeah, you just
Alright.
get crit twice
Gray
after the two
zombies
natural
are
fails.
up.
Come munch on my dome, guys.
Oh, just to make
You're in
sure,
here, you just
because
make
That's a strange offer.
I'm curious. There's nothing that the lantern shows in with its
There is
true sight
not.
ability and bright sight. Okay, just making sure there's no tethers
Good
or
call.
something.
Yeah, good call.
Okay.
Nani? Why they run away? Come back, guys.
Because I
Good
turned.
turned.
Oh, that's right. It's just the turned ones running. Okay.
Yeah, there's still a nice collection up by Katep.
As they run for you.
Span.
Closest creatures they can reach.
Keep your
All
paws
right.
off Bruno, you filthy zombie.
That's right.
Ray zombies lunge in to attack. As they close in on you. I imagine you guys are kind of generally know the way zombies act. They're slow, lumbering creatures, and these are definitely that, though they seem a little bit quicker, maybe. They're still not particularly fast. However, their teeth glimmer with specks of blood that can't have been they're not. Maybe they fed, maybe it's lingering, but there's a sense that their teeth are just bloody and sharpened. So they're gonna try to slam into you all. Also
They'll
bite
mutter,
you.
"Give me your teeth."
They do indeed. So 2 attacks against Sven first. First one's a natural 19 for
Oh my
something.
god.
Second one.
just-
I can't help you
I'm
again.
having
Sorry,
a hard
bud.
time. This is
Second one's a natural 1 at least.
Okay,
so
okay.
His bite fucked up. But the slam attack. Deals 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
9. Okay.
Plus
Oh fuck.
7 points of necrotic damage. They rake into you with their limbs. They kind of leave gashes, and they're passing the blister.
Sorry, plus how much more?
7 necrotic. This blistering pain that sprouts across your arm. We'll remind you that you can choose to fail saving throws if you'd like to.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Speaking of things I can choose to do, I'm actually gonna use Stone's Endurance.
Okay. Which reduces damage, or does it just give you health? I can't
It
remember.
reduces damage by, as a
Right, I think-
reaction, it reduces, basically, I get 9 of that
9
back.
Yeah.
Which was, sorry, it did 9
And 7.
9 and 7. Okay, so I get.
So say it's like the impact, like you kind of brace for that, and like the blow itself kind of glances over, but where these gray washed, colorless hands scratch across like your arm, like these weltering necrotic blisters begin to form in their wake. And now the other one attacks.
Hold on.
ahead.
Let me check something. Oh God. Yeah, I think he would transform or go to hybrid form.
Okay.
After that attack.
Well,
Yeah.
Savra gets to see something new again. Our group just filling her
Savra's just
full of
like-
surprises, right?
Yeah, Salver's just like, who the fuck did I sign up to fight with?
Yeah, so as
Yep.
he gets like clawed, I don't remember where you said, but like wherever he gets you see like the hand cover the wound, and like, but as he presses down on it, like that's where the transformation starts from, and he just like goes into his hybrid form. You guys see the claws appear again, and the fur, and his shape and stance slightly change as he takes his hybrid tiger form.
Right. The second zombie rolled a 16 and a 17
On who?
against Sven, which I think both miss.
Yep.
Wait, do they have advantage?
They don't. They have a slam attack and a bite attack.
Ah, I see.
Other creatures you're transforming, you're able to shove them away, keep them at bay.
Our proficiency bonus is still 3, right?
But you still have your armor.
No, I get temp HP when I transform.
Yeah. All right. Creature's going to one's going to attack Orin. A slam attack and a bite attack as well. Fucking 7, a natural 2 on the slam attack. It leans in to try to bite Orin's face off. And ooh, guess what?
Sorry,
It
my
rolled a
dog's
natural 4.
Oh shit.
So you're able to just kind of keep this thing at bay without much issue.
Yeah, sorry, my dog started barking.
You're good.
The-
You
Both of
avoided.
those zombies attacked Sven?
2 attacked Sven, 1 attacked you.
Okay.
Yeah, the 2 close to Sven attacked him.
Shoot, sorry, Sven. I would have reaction, but I was saving it for Alua. I thought Alua was going to get attacked.
She's inside the dome.
I'm
He's inside the dome.
Oh.
Oh, well. The creature in front of you can't get through your armor or around your defenses. It rolls like shit. One's going to attack Bruno. He does not have a great AC. First attack is a 21 to hit. The slam. And, wow, an 18 to hit.
That
on
zombie's
the
gonna
bite.
be dead.
But
Savra's about to run out and eat it.
I'm going to use my ability on the bite if I can.
Hey!
So the slam is this much, plus this one. And it takes 9 points of bludgeoning and 8 points of necrotic. So reduces the bludgeoning entirely. It just takes the necrotic.
The bite attack does bludgeoning damage?
The slam, that was the slam attack, does that, sorry.
I'm taking damage off.
Oh,
It doesn't,
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't really
In fact,
matter.
it was pretty much max from possible on that roll, so yeah. The bite attack does a different dice and a different thing. Good that was my mistake, because the bite attack only does 4 piercing damage. So saved extra damage, and needs to succeed on a Constitution saving throw. He does. He does. Right,
Let's
so
go,
bite
Bruno.
Bruno.
takes 4. All right. That is the zombies' turn, since half of them got turned. Very clutch. And Orin, You're up.
Take a guess. This one right beside me.
Yeah, definitely hits. Things are not hard to hit.
Ooh.
Or 14.
Yep. Bonk.
And then the second attack.
Yeah, definitely hits.
Or 13. I'm going to Psionic Strike with this one.
Okay. Typically going to want to declare that beforehand. I think, I can't remember before you roll damage, but it's totally fine. I don't really care. From a procedural standpoint, 6 more damage, yeah. Bam, bam. This thing's still standing. These things look fairly durable, but these hits knock the shit out of it at the same time. Like,
This one is still up?
yep.
Oh, okay. Then I will have bonus actions.
Is it a bonus action to Psionic Strike or not?
No, it's
Okay.
sort of like Smite,
Gotcha.
but I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
you can just do it once per turn.
Gotcha.
I think I'm going to action surge.
All right.
I'm going to 25, 30, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, 30 feet to here. I think Orin, seeing Katep go for that guy, and Orin's probably thinking along the same lines. This might be like animating all the other zombies, so if we take this one down, the rest might drop, kind of like the Naga. Well, actually, what we thought would happen with the Naga and did not happen, but he still tried anyway. So yeah,
Right,
I'm gonna
yeah.
try, and that's 30 there.
Thing will try to swipe out at you as you run away.
Yeah.
Move to help your friend. Only 18. I don't think it hits.
I at 20.
Ding!
Oh.
Off the shoulder piece.
Then I will swing on this guy.
All right. 14
Oh, no.
Unfortunately misses.
I have,
It kind of pulls itself to the side. It's been in the process of like pulling out its sword, and it gets it out just in time to parry your attack away. Not that it actually parries; it's just flavor.
Yeah, with the advantage and everything, eh? Oh, come
17
on.
does hit.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a 6, not a 9. I was gonna be like,
I also was worried about that.
All right, so yeah, deflects one comes back with the other. 14.
Oof. Bonk.
Don't.
And that is all that I can do.
All right. Joyce's turn. She cannot. Well, yeah, I think you reached out of the dome. Regardless, Joyce will scuttle out of the dome to here. She's kind of panting, like with nerves and excitement. She doesn't have a lot of great things to do at the moment. She's smart enough to recognize the turn without issue. I think she'll just put a flaming sphere down behind the zombie harassing Bruno. It says it's only a 3-foot. I don't know, whatever. So, pretty sure flaming spheres are a bigger radius than that. Yeah, any creature that wins turns in 5 feet. Yeah. All right. So yeah, she'll just blast that out as her action.
She could ram it with her bonus action.
Oh yeah, there we go. That works. She'll do that. Dexterity save for it. That is 14, which fails by 1. 2d6 damage. 8 points of fire damage to this one. All right. And that is her turn. She used all her movement to get there. Brings us to Bruno. I almost ended the encounter. That would have been awful.
We win.
Bruno's got these two creatures around him. Oh, you know what? They would have had advantage. They had anyways. It's fine. Bruno's kind of in the process still of getting up, lumbering to his feet, and just kind of turn to the one that attacked him and just try to Triceratops it, gore it. That hits. 18 damage. And that's what Bruno can do.
Good job, Bruno.
Bashes into it. You can see him kind of like struggling to get his grip. He's still got that chain around, like collar, bolt, keep you into the floor. But like, doesn't really matter at this point. These creatures already close in. Savra is up. She will stand up, use her 15 feet of remaining movement to run to Bruno's side, and will try to smackadoo the zombie do. Yep, that's all she's gonna do. We'll strike twice with her Yikilua. A hit. And a hit. Or 19 damage total. Sven, you're up right now.
Okay. Does Sven notice Savra noticing Sven at all? Does she comment on the fact that
she doesn't comment. She's leapt to her feet, rushed out to Bruno's edge.
She's worried about Bruno. Go hide behind Bruno.
She quickly adopt. Like you can almost gather this isn't the first time she's been ambushed at night. She is quick, precise. She's not scrambling as much as Joyce or even Selena is.
You mean Yolanda?
Yeah, Yolanda. Sorry.
Yolanda.
Okay. So here's the thing, gang. I'm torn. I think I'm gonna do this. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna Emboldening Bond, Katep, and Orin. Actually, are they within? Ooh, yeah, just barely. Emboldening Bond, Katep, Orin, and I am also gonna cast a Shield of Faith on myself. So we are bonded before AWA, and I have +2 AC.
You become bonded as well, right?
Yes, myself, Katep, and Orin.
Okay. All right.
I noticed the character sheet does not update the +2 for AC.
Yeah, you can try to remember that.
Yeah, I'll just remember it. I just wasn't sure if that was a problem that.
Nah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's basically my turn. I think I'm mostly stuck, and I want to make sure they don't wrap around to Bruno. So.
Okay. And your turn and bring us to Mora.
All right, so Mora's gonna step up to Alua, and as she's stepping, hang on, maybe. There we go. I don't know why it wouldn't let me. Gonna step up to Alua, and as she does, Alua, you see her. She puts her hands together and begins chanting, and the rocks and rubble around seem to pull in and push away for a moment. I'm gonna pulse wave.
What does that do? I can't remember.
Oh, it's a 30-foot. Oop, this is about to be bad. Oh, I didn't mean to put that there. God blast it.
Blast it.
No, I would have stepped. Well, no, I wouldn't have done it then. I thought it was 15 feet. Oh well, I already did it. You guys up there, get ready to make Constitution saving throws. Face it out.
Unbelievable.
That way. But I want to hit. Yeah, I can't rearrange it now. I didn't mean to put it down. Yeah, I want it to go. Yeah.
Where you hit.
And I'm pushing everything 15 feet away.
All right, Katep and Orin. Constitution saving throws.
DC 17.
DC 17. Jeez, that's right, these guys. Ooh,
I have +3 because I'm within near Katep.
Correct.
Nice.
Moore's never done this before, so you know. Oh, just.
Well, with the +3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so 20. All right, you guys are fine.
One fails. Only one zombie failed. The white and the other zombie succeeded.
Zombie fail.
So you take half damage on a successful save, you guys.
I rolled crap damage anyway. 10 points of damage.
10 points of force
But that
damage.
one zombie goes 15 feet away.
Takes 20. Goes bonk to here, I guess.
And my shield of faith is still good.
Okay, good.
Sorry, guys. I didn't know it was 30 feet. Mora's never done this before, so now she learned.
You're like, oh fuck.
Now we know.
right,
You're that
anything
they're
else
that
on your turn?
powerful. That's why.
You know what, Rara? You would have had to step outside of the shield to do this. Magical effects cannot come through it.
Can you
Oh, but
drop
then the dome would
Oh.
then we would lose the dome.
Give me a
Would.
second.
We can try, figure it out. But it does say magical effects can't pass through other
Well, how do
things.
we get hurt?
The special thing that didn't actually move through the dome.
But the effect moved through the dome.
Yeah, it didn't move the effect. It's a weird thing.
Tricksy stuff, tricksy.
Suspicious.
Uh-huh.
Spooky undead shit.
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't have been able to step out and hit all that then, so...
We can say, for simplicity's sake, they stepped out like that we'll just drop the dome.
Well, yeah, can't you just drop the dome?
I mean,
don't think-
once it's ritually cast, I don't think I can unless I step out. Because I'm not
We'll say-
concentrating.
We'll say maybe once you push your arms out, maybe the dome fades. If you
Sure.
went to push the domes out.
So yeah, even you guys up there then would have noticed there was this brief little cyan current, and rocks were like pulling in and pushing out, like they couldn't decide what they were going to do until Mora decided, and then everything yeeted itself 15 feet away. Because all unsecure objects, so like rocks and twigs and shit on the ground, just went whoosh. Too.
Kateb is hit by his own sleeping bag or something.
Alright, but yeah, that's
silk,
it for
a
me.
silk down pillow just whacks you right in the face. Oh,
Right, Alua. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Honey Papa would have heard. Alright, sorry about that!
Yeah, so it looks like
Oh,
everyone's okay.
At the start of Savra's turn,
Oh, Safra?
Oh, right, a thing you forgot.
the thing happens, yes.
Fury, though.
Oh, my turn? Wait, okay.
The start of Savra's turn is something I forgot, but let me go back and do it real quick. She goes, she stumbles to her feet. And, she takes 9 points of necrotic damage.
I
Oh, that's not
cannot
good.
see her health bar.
Should be able to hover over it, maybe?
Nope.
I can
No.
fix it real quick. Yeah,
I think she's the only ally we can't see the health bar of right now.
There you go. Now you can. If you hover over it.
Thank
She's not
you.
badly hurt. She's only been hurt by these two
Yeah.
necrotic effects.
No problem, no problem. Shiza. Is this one in front? How's it looking?
It's barely been hurt.
Oh, it's barely been hurt. Okay, so I would then like to stroke my non-existent beard that I have. I thought we hit it, but I guess that's not.
It's been hit. It's barely hurt, though.
But it's barely hurt. Oh, okay. Then she will quicken spell. Quicken spell. Yes. She's going to quicken spell and do magic missiles
Okay.
to the one in front.
Pew, pew, the pew, pew, pew. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a lot.
No, it's not.
It's a pretty good roll.
It's a good roll though. Yes, it's true. So that's 20, and then she's going to stab it.
All right.
Yeah, with her shining rapier. No, she's not.
7 misses, unfortunately.
What a waste.
She keeps trying. Yeah, it kind of like gets tangled up in like the tattered clothing of this zombie and turned to
It
the
just
side.
goes through a rib. It just.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
She's like, damn it. Okay.
That'll happen. Okay. Selena's gonna move off slightly to the side, and I kind of taking the cue. Oh, was that your turn? Okay. Taking the cue of the two fighters, will shoot off 2 short bow attacks at the white. Her
Nice.
first one crits
Ooh.
for 15 damage.
It's within range of the bright light of
It's
Alua's
an
lantern.
immunity. It's an immunity. And it's not within range
right.
of the bright light. It's within range of the dim light.
Oh.
The white up at the top. But yeah, no, it doesn't break immunities, only resistances.
Right, we went over this.
Did indeed. Second one just hits. For another 9 points of damage. Let's go, lady.
Pew. Oh, she's hitting this one.
Yeah, she's hitting the white that they're flanking. All right. That is all she can do. On its turn, we'll see if the creature gets its life drain essence back. It does. I don't want to use it though. Yeah, it's undead. It doesn't give a fuck. This undead creature, kind of gauging the people in front of it. You know what? It's gonna try.
To run away?
No.
To negotiate.
It's gonna try to reach out, take a hand off the longsword and just reach out and lunge for Ketep's face with his free hand. Has advantage on the attack.
Yep.
It needs to roll pretty high. That is a... Check its modifier. That is a 25, natural 17.
That's exactly what it needed.
Right, so it's going to life drain you. It reaches out and finds purchase through like the like you try to jerk out of the way, but this creature is just like you kind of begin to jerk out, but like hit the zombie behind you.
It's that thing where I try backing up too fast, just kind of bounce off the zombie, and I'm right back where I started.
You take 21 points of necrotic damage. I need to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
That hurts.
DC is 16. Yeah, you're good. Do not have your hit point reduced.
Hey, and now I'm gonna make a concentration check. All right, we're still good.
However, you do see as this creature kind of grabs at your face and pulls the life from you, it seems invigorated, which is not normal behavior for a white.
Sorry, how much damage did it do again?
Deal 26, right?
Okay.
And it draws feels emboldened, strengthened, almost fully revitalized from sapping this life essence from you, Ketep.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to try to stab you and try to stab Orin.
Checks out.
So against you, this time it was a natural 4 and a natural 10 for an 18 total, which is a big miss, I believe. So you have 25 because holy shit. And against you, Orin, it is a 19, which is one too low. Natural 11. It kind of tries to swing out, but you can see as it's like, join me. That's its turn. Ketep, you're up.
Are you free on Tuesdays?
Yeah. After it says "join me,"
Tuesday's D&D night. Sorry.
Ketep just says "no" and tries to stab it.
Sure thing. There's a 16 to hit it, by the way. You can
That's
meander as necessary.
all right. So that is another 10 points of slashing damage on the first hit.
Ooh, you know what? I need to give it a little bit of hit points back because Salita's longbow is not, or shortbow is not magical.
All right. 18 hits, I believe.
Yeah, 16 is its AC.
All right. I'm gonna smite on this one, which is
5 back. Okay. 19 more.
and hasted attack.
I really meant for him to step to the side, because he's smart enough to do that, but I didn't.
And I'm gonna use my last first level spell slot.
Yeah, you are.
Oh yeah, clap them booty cheeks.
3 more.
Oof.
Ouch. All right.
Did it die yet?
That's it for me.
How many rounds has it been?
This is the 3rd round, I believe.
I'm about to say, yeah, 3rd, because they got 1 surprise round.
Yeah.
Bye, scared boys.
Yep, they go
Bye.
bye-bye.
Go away
They go
now.
bye-bye. All right. These zombies are going to attack the closest creatures. They are... man. This one's going to roll to see which of Savra or Bruno it goes for. I will say Bruno's evens. Savra. All right, so...
Bad thing is, I think Savra would prefer it that way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because they're flanking. So one will be flanking, but the other one won't actually attack. And then against you guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sven, still. All right, we will deal with Katep first. They are flanking. They need to roll a nat 20 to hit you. They will plus.
Hey.
Nat 18 is pretty good. Not good enough.
Whew.
Bite attack. Nope, double 7s. So it's just kind of like crawling against your back, trying to bite in, but you're like quick enough to be able to like punch it, like elbow it or something and shrug it off. Against you,
Like, no, that's my neck. Stop it.
the slam attack.
Why does everything always try to
20
go
to
for my
hit.
neck?
That meets my AC.
That one. All right. So you're going to grab 12 points of bludgeoning damage
Oof.
plus 9 points of necrotic.
So 12 down to 6 plus 9 is 15.
Yeah, right. Yeah, these are definitely very, very not magical arms.
I figured.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what happens, team.
And then it's going to try to bite you.
Hold on.
Go ahead and make a Constitution save for me. You are good.
No. Wait, how much
Oh,
damage did it take? I
You
took.
took 15,
Yeah, so you're good on that one.
so you're
That's a
fine.
success.
Yeah.
It's half. And then a Constitution
It's half
save.
of 15. Okay, yes. Okay.
And then a Constitution check for your Shield of Faith.
Ooh, that drops.
Ooh, that does drop.
Yeah.
Don't get the bonus AC on this one.
Wait, I'm not. Oh, no, I'm not close enough to Katep.
Okay, 16. You have an 18.
Okay,
I was
good, we're
If
good,
I
we're
had
good.
rolled exactly what your AC was again,
That would have been
16,
brutal. Yeah, 16
Alright.
misses.
Bruno time. 2 attacks with advantage. Is flanking against Bruno. Hit. No crit, and the bite attack is a hit as well. For Bruno.
We need to get Bruno like some armor or something.
Bruno is just getting his backside is getting raked across and bitten into by this little beastie.
I forgot I had 10 HP, so I'm just gonna adjust for that.
D12s are like invisible. I swear. There it is. Another one on its bite attack. Big old fucking Triceratops booty. Hard to bite into. I do need you to make a Constitution saving throw from the bite. No, wait, the bite missed you. I'm sorry, the bite missed you.
Yeah.
Bludgeon. Yeah. Constitution save for Bruno. Oh, it hovered on a 1 for so long, but a 16 is exactly what he needed to roll. So he just takes 4 more damage. Now the other one attacks Savra. Smash is a 19. What's her AC? Her AC is 19, so it hits.
You are just barely getting so many of these. Yeah, exactly 25 on glass.
I'm pretty happy.
This is what happens.
Yeah, okay. Whoa, for a second I was like, wait, that 25, but I had to roll a nat 20. No, it was the other guy who got the hit. But little boy did not. That's 8 points of bludgeoning plus 1 of these. 8 points of necrotic.
Oh, let me use my psychic dice on.
Is the range?
Should
Like
be
big?
30. Yeah,
I think you're
30
outside
feet.
of 30 feet.
On
Unfortunately.
Bruno?
On Bruno. Yeah, you can use it on Bruno.
I am exactly
Oh,
30 feet from Orin.
Actually, yeah, Bruno is too far.
Yeah, just too
And
far.
it's a little late on Sven. I
Yeah.
should have done it when you're getting hit. Sorry.
Sorry, that was
Again.
5 plus 3 is 8, plus 8 is 16. To her. She's still okay. Then the bite, which can be so much worse than that if shit happens, misses. She's able to catch it on the shield and push the creature away.
Do you have to phrase it like that?
Yeah. Alright, Norin, you're up.
I will swing. We got to try and put this thing down.
Yeah, you have advantage because you are flanking. Let me just double check if a 27 hits.
And then again. And on this last one, if I hit, I will use the psionic dice. Perfect. I'll use the psionic dice. Is it up here? There it is. And I will try to knock him prone.
Okay.
Boom, another 10. That's a nice one. So he needs a DC 15 strength save. I believe it's DC 15.
Rolling that one.
Fuck yeah.
So kind of so what happens though, and what happens is definitely not what you expect. This creature is on shaky legs, and that crimson ichor that's very familiar from that shadow assassin fight is spilling out from their wounds. However, as you slice, hack into this thing's back or smash into its back with your maul, you see like this impact that sends him down to a knee, kind of momentarily prone. But as the weapon pulls out, the wound reforms, and the crimson ichor that's leaking out of him gives this little pulse, and then begins to fade to where it's not as vibrant. But the wound, the impact, it did something. Something seems to have left this creature, but the wound is not there.
Did you just exercise a zombie with a hammer?
It's still very angry. It's like, you'll join me someday. It's like trying to push itself up. It is prone for now.
I'll take a rain check on that.
Prone's behind up.
I believe that's it for me. I think
That
I'm gonna
zombie
hold here.
Down there stays in the fire because it's a dumb zombie. And it, fails again. It's a 13. So it takes 2d6. To sneeze. Oh god. I'm just gonna roll it. 3 points of fire damage. Alright. Joyce's turn. She's gonna. Oh, she is gonna. Move all the way around here. She can just get to. Void the creature's momentum. We'll kind of make a quick gesture off to the side, and we'll slam the thing in to the gray zombie as a bonus action. Since Katep very accurately pointed out that I could do that. It succeeds this time, though. Does it take half damage on a success? Do you remember, Katep? Scroll up to it.
I think it does.
Yeah, half as much damage. But then she's going to lightning bolt straight along this line, using her evocation training to keep her allies out of the line to make the lightning bolt arc around Katep and Orin. Oh, 1 damage to it. She's gonna lightning bolt at 4th level.
Woohoo!
Just go zippity zap. All right, that is a DC 15 Dexterity save for 3 zombies here. First one fails. Second one also fails. They both rolled an 11. This guy's got a plus. He's got a plus big. Succeeds. The 21 total.
So they're not only wise, they're dex too.
The dumb zombies aren't. The white is more it's fairly dexterous. They are always fairly dexterous. That's a dexterity save. Not the damage. Click the button. Roll the dice. The 2 zombies both take 28 points of lightning damage.
Brr.
Big zap. The white takes 14. Which is not quite enough to finish it off. And that's our turn. Bruno's up. Bruno's he's not in a great spot, but he probably can't take too much more of this. However, he's going to. So he's kind of paused in like he's focused forward, and Savra's, she's the veteran fighter, kind of looks back and says something in a language that you guys at this point recognize as Chultan, and you're pretty far away, Orin, so she's not shouting it too loud. Seems to be instructing Bruno in some way. Bruno's going to turn around and try to bash in the more hurt zombie with his big old gore stomp.
The one to the left or the one to the...
The one to the left. The one that just got hit.
Hey, just hits. Get it.
It's easily. They have an AC of 10.
Oh, get it, Bruno.
15. So as Bruno impales this creature and kind of gives a quick jerking motion to try to rip into it, you see some large sections of the zombie get torn away, and that red ichor again splash out. It lands on the ground, and there's that moment where it's okay, it's done for. But it begins to slowly rise up, hanging onto its undead life.
Undead life.
Those of you who are fairly observant notice the same burst of crimson from it, and then as it dims, the red in its eyes and kind of pulsing through its body, the ichor coming out of it is also a more dull red color in the aftermath. That's Bruno's turn. Let me get rid of this big lightning bolt template. Savra's attacking.
Does anything happen at the start of Savra's turn again?
It does, yes, thank you. Continues to... She's trying to bite pain back and not bring too much attention to it. She does take 11 points of necrotic damage.
You just hemorrhaging bleed?
We'll see. She'll attack.
Or necrotic, rather, is what I meant to say.
She will rotate around to flank because she's smart. She's smarter than the dumb white.
Oh, yeah!
Hey.
Will hit.
Hell
19
yeah!
damage. So, interesting point. These are special zombies in a sense. They have some certain advantages to their undead fortitude, but a crit ignores that, and it had exactly 19 hit points left.
Hey!
So, she fucking decapitates this motherfucker.
There can only
Oh,
be
but
one.
she's smart enough to move away from the fire and not get brrred, right?
Yeah.
That's still near it.
Yeah, I'm counting 15. She can't get in range of attacking this other one, but we'll move up there to move in to help out. And then you are back up.
Okay.
You see Savra, she's kind of rushing past you, squeezing past Bruno and you. She's clutching, pulling her shield a bit more defensively in so that she can hold the breastplate above her chest.
Okay.
She also should roll a d8.
Okay.
All right.
She killed
can you
something.
mercy
Oh,
Oh
she
wait,
killed
no, it's not a
something.
living creature. It's not a
It's
living
not a living
target.
creature.
It's not the white. I'm
Oh.
sorry, it's not a living
Good
creature.
call, though.
Oh, it's almost living. It's kinda.
It's unliving. Sven, you're up.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to decide if I want to do something.
Turn Undead was so fucking clutch.
I was gonna say, removing half of them from the fight. What do we want to do? My concentration went down on my Shield of Faith, right?
Yeah, I can.
It did
That
indeed,
for you.
unfortunately.
I can heal you
Okay.
next turn because you have way better damage than I do. If you
Do I?
yeah.
Don't know if I do.
When you heal?
Uh,
What are you doing?
I think I'm gonna do this. I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians on myself.
Okay, what's the
Ooh,
radius of
yeah.
that?
15 feet, I
That's what I-
believe.
Okay.
Let me double check.
It'll happen when you click the spell. We can get it
Yeah.
back in.
No, that's Shield of Faith. Sorry, oops. Hold on.
No problem. You should make yourself,
That's. Wait, do I? Yeah, I don't know why I clicked that one. $15 feet. Yeah.
all right. And that's things that happen at the start, I believe. Which I think I'm going to try to keep true to, just to make things
Yeah.
more basic.
So that is my action.
Yep.
How do I can just add this. I don't really have a bonus action that's not another spell. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna sit tight.
You gonna stay put where you are right now?
Well, that zombie. Oh, actually, no. I am gonna. Yeah, I can move. I'll move 10 feet to the other side. That should put me in range of a couple more. Yep, I'll move there.
Of like all of them.
Yeah. So the spirit guardians. Ooh, thank you. Oh, I'm not quite in range of him, eh?
Oh yeah, not the big one, but all of the little zombies.
You can take a
Well,
step
it's-
left and you will be.
Well, yeah, but he
Well, it's
doesn't want the
15
attack of
feet.
opportunity.
Is it 15 feet?
Oh,
Is
right.
it?
It's, yeah. I need to make it a square. Doing it like a radius thing, which is.
Yeah, technically it's because D&D doesn't do diagonals. But yeah, so I'll do that. I'll sit there, and yeah, that's my turn, I think.
Alright, Mora, you are back up.
Alright. Alright. Don't need to aim with this one.
What are you doing?
That's a big old guy.
This
You're throwing all of them at the big guy? The white?
Yep, all of them.
Alright. Dude, there's like impacts and explosions. As these bolts hit in, the creature, struggling to get back up to its knees, falls. It is no more. Crumbles to the ground. It doesn't seem to be moving immediately.
Alright.
We win?
We got 3 left over here, and a couple of them still running away, I think. I don't know, I don't see them anymore. But that's the end of my turn.
Alright. Lou,
So Lua will stuff up, and I think this is the last time she can do this, is another Quicken Spiel.
Heal this guy, heal that guy, heal every guy.
Let me heal this person here. See how good it is. Oh, 16. She
Going
gets
Sven?
16. Yeah, Sven.
Oh, thank you.
Sven, my friend. You just feel like, honestly, it's because it's more because of your fur, and she's like, yeah. She's like,
That's the cat, that's the cat, that's the cat.
scratchies. But yeah, also she wants to heal you, of course, and she's just like, yeah, scratches, and then she'll try and stab this damn zombie that she couldn't get last time.
Oh, yeah, no, forgot about that one. That one attacking its turn? Yeah, it attacks Sven. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
did.
attacks Sven.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't forget
oh.
about it. I just,
But that's why he didn't want to move from where he was.
16?
yeah. A 16 just hit. Oh, wait, no, 16 definitely hits. I have an AC of 10. It would just hit the other guy.
9.
9 points of damage.
I'm going to stab you in the spine.
And she'll go
Is
haha! Scratch, 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 scratch,
Alright.
scratch. Okay.
I think Salida will target for that one as well. So continue kind of backing up just a bit, looking over her shoulder.
Oh, actually, what she can do, can she go back to flanking? So she can fight? Would that actually... No, it's range.
She's using a short bow right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter.
Preferred way to fight. Alright, you can end your turn, and Salita will swiggity swiggity short bows to that thing's booty. Both just hit.
You know, we don't ask you to be fancy, just be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad, none of the poison damage actually matters.
I know.
Indeed.
10 poison.
So 15 points of damage, though.
Yeah,
Pretty
but
good.
it could have been 35.
Could have been indeed. It's our turn. Kateb, you are up.
It's still alive?
It's still alive.
Fudge!
Alright, gonna turn around and just start swinging at this zombie, I suppose, since it's right there. But Katep is definitely keen on trying to get back with the rest of his friends.
Oof.
That's a 6
And
damage on the first.
Coming Calder.
That still
hits.
Hey, I'm back.
I still
Like
think
you were
the
never
algorithm-
gone.
I don't think I think the algorithm does not like you. I am
It doesn't.
highly
It must not.
concerned.
Yeah.
You still hasted.
Yep. Hasted attack. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Incredible.
I think it's the algorithm.
Yep. I'm going to move. I know it'll get an attack, but it's obvious that Savra, Bruno, and Sven are all kind of beaten up at the moment, right?
Yeah. Well, Sovereign, not so much.
All right, that's all necrotic
she's
damage.
faint. She's she's clearly being hurt, but it's
I didn't
really
mean to.
showing it. Yeah. You can tell something's up. Right, where are you gonna move?
There's no convenient place where I'm within 5 feet of all my injured allies, so I'm probably going to move up close to Sven and try to get people within my aura.
Ah. Nope.
All right.
14. All right.
Get them, Spirit Guardians. You can't roll low.
Spirit Guardians, so they make a Wisdom save, I believe.
They do indeed.
All right. What is the DC, Mr. Sven?
15.
Thank you, Mr. Sven.
Yeah, it's 15.
This one succeed. It did succeed. The one next to you succeeded. The other two did not. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Wow.
That
I don't know why I rolled
seems
so many.
like too many.
If they're evil alignment, they take.
No, if you're evil.
If I'm
Yeah,
evil,
yeah.
so it was 10.
radiant.
Okay, we need to fix that, but it's 10
Yeah,
radiant
I'll
damage.
fix that. 10 radiant damage. Okie diddly dokily. This one over here that got stabbed by Bruno crumbles.
Hell yeah.
Can't
Other
ignore
two.
radiant damage. Ha,
Well.
ha.
We'll see something.
I meant for the undead fortitude thing. I
Uh-huh.
thought.
Ooh, this
Or
one.
like fartitude, am I right? No.
No.
Edit spell.
Yeah, this one crumples as well. This one not get a fucking dope ass token, whatever. But this one is still up. Again, randomly decide targets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who's it gonna bite? It's Mora.
Right?
Alright, gonna start to slash at you first. Schwink. Natural 20.
Reroll, please.
Whoa.
Natural 18 for a 22.
That's fine. I'll take the hit, but no crit damage, please.
It's this one. You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Alright.
Plus 8 points of necrotic.
19 points.
19 total. Constitution save.
Yep. 1 sec. Putting my thing in.
Also, nom. Another natural 18 for a 23 total.
Bullshit.
Take 11 points of piercing damage. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. DC is 16.
You said 11?
11, yeah, 11 piercing.
Oh, okay, I'm alive.
We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, okay, so con save first for the...
For the haste, yeah.
Yeah, for the haste.
Haste
Oh
drops.
Nope.
no!
Now,
Actually, I have DM Inspiration. I'm using it.
Okay.
Don't katap it. Don't katap it. Don't katap it.
Tapping.
Ooh, I hovered on a 1 on my
just
screen.
Barely. Alright,
Yeah.
now another Constitution save.
Yeah, now another
for
con to see
this
if I'm
effect.
up. And if doing that mattered anyway. Is it poison?
Is not poison.
Okay, I
but
just had to ask because if it was, then
You
yeah.
just need it.
Okay, Mora is staggering. Mora just took the hit and is now
real fast.
like her eyes aren't focused on the creature. She's trying, but they can't quite focus.
Alright, Orin, you're up. There is only the one creature left.
The turned zombies, how long do they run for?
A
A
minute.
minute.
A minute,
A minute.
unless they take damage.
Okay.
So
Which is
they're
why we let them
running-
run.
They're going to be 600 feet away.
More or less.
I'll go
Well, presuming
here
their
for
speed is
advantage.
30 feet.
Speed is 30 feet.
Yeah, as I said that, I was like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, maybe they're only
Yeah, that
25 or 20.
And one good turn deserves another.
Alright. One moment here. It had 1 hit point left. So let's see.
Wait,
Fine.
doesn't Alua's lantern stop things like undead fortitude?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I thought that was.
Well, there is something. Yeah, okay, yeah, it does. We'll say, just for flavor's sake, every other time the zombies there just happened to be like a tree slightly blocking the way. But now that it is fully in the way, it crumbles.
Because the
down.
DM forgot.
Okay.
Crumbles. And did.
Orin
How-
smacks the soul out of this thing. It had no soul.
Soul
never mind.
was already gone.
The
Yeah.
soul.
And
The
with nothing
undead
else
life.
present, initiative ends.
Mora's gonna
Combat
drop
comes
to
to a
her knee
close.
and drop the spell. That way he's briefly
Alright.
stunned already.
Having a quick look around, Orin would like call through. Why did Joyce run so far? I must have missed that.
To
She
line up
moved
the
around to
lightning
line. Yeah.
bolts.
Right.
There's a zombie kind of
Joyce,
hitting the way, and she comes out.
he'll
Like,
go
she-
make sure she comes back safe.
She-
round everybody up.
Alua
Orin's
freaks out, goes to her best
got
friend,
full
and is
health,
like,
so-
19 healing.
To who?
What
Tomorrow.
To me.
Okay.
She said her best friend hello.
Conveniently
Yeah,
right now.
Katep would probably be doing the same thing. Orin is double checking, making sure everyone's accounted for, trying to get those who look injured to.
Somebody heal Bruno. He's at half health.
Yeah, Katep's.
I
Katep's
did a mass healing word, so everyone
Okay.
who's injured could take 6 health points.
Oh,
I
dope.
did
Then
indeed.
Katep is gonna use.
Oh, you cut out.
He's
That's because I clicked on my health thing to add it, but I have push to talk, so I just started putting a whole bunch of letters in the. Anyway, Katep's gonna use 15 points of lay on hands on Bruno.
Okay.
yeah. Well, thankfully, Alua didn't really use a ton of her spells.
Savra's like, thank you, Katap. Ow.
Are you okay?
Is she still...
I don't know. I don't think I am. She's like moving to like try to pull off her breastplate. I don't.
She gains
Takes
another
12 more
15
points.
Turn into a
points of
zombie.
healing.
We're gonna have to put her
She takes
down.
12 points of necrotic damage. And
Oh,
gains
Jesus.
15 points of
Well, then
healing.
I'll
she
take
takes
care of
15
Bruno
of
for you.
healing.
Orin, stop it.
Thank you. I think that's about. Take 6 more points of necrotic damage.
Is it the
Hold on.
Mora's
breastplate?
gonna look at
took off her
Joyce and say, Can you go burn the corpse up there with your fireball?
Yeah, she of course,
Firebase?
I'll try to do that. She gets up there, she's like, it's dissolving? The corpse is dissolving?
Of course it is.
Oh, and it smells too.
Could Alua do
Interestingly-
like a figuring out what's going on? Is it a religion check? Is this medicine?
Medicine check, yeah, on Savra.
Medicine?
She's
Yeah,
she's
can I
trying to pull
also-
off her heavy armor, which will take a bit of time.
Oh, can she like help?
I'm gonna
while she's doing this
also-
check?
Katap can help with that if you're doing medicine
Yeah,
stuff,
he
because he
can.
doesn't know anything. God damn it. I walked by him.
medicine.
Yeah, this that was to help to check out Savra as well.
Yeah.
Mora is starting the circle again. That way we can get her back in
19?
here out of her armor without
You
having to worry too
definitely
much.
notice more your passive perception that you're not as involved in what's going on with Savra, that the zombie corpses inside the bright light are not dissolving away. The two of you can't see the wound. It's you guys felt something. I don't think either of you failed this save, but you gathered like that pulse that went through it. She's been acting in pain since then. There's no visible wound on her that you can see, but she's trying to pull off her breastplate. It's going to take a few minutes to do that.
Well, Alua's helping her.
Or
and
a
she's doing
minute or
medicine
two.
check.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time to do that. She's still like, Takes another 4 points of necrotic damage that round.
Okay.
Well, I've got 20
hold
things
on.
of lay on hands that I can
Hold
just
on.
start rationing out if she's still.
Hold on. Before anything else happens,
Whoops, my bad.
I'm gonna cast Beacon of Hope.
Ooh,
Okay.
yeah.
So it just means whenever someone gets healing, they get maximum amount of points.
Okay. Thanks. It's inside. It's inside me. Takes 4 more points of
no.
necrotic damage.
Tap, just we help her take her armor off. Not-
They're trying to
Yeah,
work
that's
on it,
fine.
but again, it's not an instantaneous process, unfortunately. Gonna be a few more rounds before she gets the armor off.
Can Alua bring the lantern closer to make this guy stop dissolving?
If you say something, yeah, she'll bring over. So I think, well, no, it was already 25 feet within, so it is within range.
It's not within the bright light.
It was within the
light's
bright, it was within the
15
dim. Yeah.
feet. Yeah, bright light's only 15 feet.
I thought the
Yeah,
bright
more-
light was.
No, it's 30 feet.
It's like
you
a
wanna
torch.
ping the item again?
Whatever, you can get it in there
Yeah,
regardless.
shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
30
30,
radius.
30 foot radius. Yeah,
30
60
foot
feet
radius.
diameter.
Yeah.
Sure, like it does. Yeah, whatever. It does. You can regardless of it. I feel like
Okay.
that's a typo, but it doesn't matter. You can look into that later. Savra takes
I mean,
10
it
more
is a
points of necrotic
legendary
damage.
item.
Yeah, have 10 more lay on hands.
Okay. After that, she takes 9 more points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
Is that the
I
last
will
of it?
pump
How do you-
in Cure Wounds into her.
I have a question.
And it's
Are we not
macadam-
worried that this thing put a curse on her?
I mean, yeah.
Do we have the ability? And then looking at Sven, is that something you can do?
Not today. I'll have to rest.
Resting might be the problem.
You're gonna cure wounds her again. So-
Yeah.
It's max though, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh,
wait.
okay, okay.
So
So
it's
it's 12.
actually 12. Yeah.
After that, she takes another 2 points of necrotic damage.
So how's the armor coming?
You finally get the armor off. There's still her tunic there. You can pull it, kind of push it to the side, and you see this blackened wound, this blistering blackened wound over her heart. You stand there and watch it. It kind of pops, and she takes 2 more points of necrotic
Disgusting.
damage.
So the medicine check it just showed that she got her wound, but nothing.
At this
with the
point, you can
size,
see
like-
you can see that there's a wound. From what you can gather, you're healing. You haven't seen what happens when you're healing, but it doesn't seem to be fully effective.
Can she use
There's
her
this
healer's
blistering
kit?
necrotic
Or- let's see,
wound.
hold on. Blistering necrotic wound.
Oh. What's her name?
Okay.
Salida. Has Salida seen anything like this
I
before?
haven't seen anything like that. No.
I'm gonna use. I don't know if this is gonna help. I'm gonna use a channel divinity to use my Balm of Peace. Maybe healing from a channel divinity source will help. So she gets 12 plus 4, so she gets
Okay.
another 16 points of healing.
As you channel this divinity, you have 2, right? As a cleric.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, cleric.
You kind of channel this divinity and kind of reach out like that energy towards you. You see the wound heal over entirely, and then pops and
Fuck.
fizzes blackened once again. She takes 3 more points of necrotic damage.
I don't know if this is.
Can I do some form of like good, evil, undead religion check maybe or something to like, I don't know if that's a religion check or what kind of check to further investigate this beyond obviously there's a medicine wound.
This is clearly not a natural wound at this point. Magical infections can be based in poisons and diseases and curses.
Well, so I have a.
I'm gonna use
my alchemist supplies do anything because it says to identify a substance, identify a poison, neutralize. It's.
Unfortunately, not really, because this is just a wound. There's just something about this wound. There's no pus leak. You don't see like any like of the classic signs of like an infected wound, and it's clearly happening. Like it's trying to spread across her every time. Like every time she takes more damage, it spreads further.
So
I'm gonna Lesser Restoration her. Does that do anything? One disease or
she can be blinded,
blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or
cast this out
poisoned.
on her and kind of reach out and press this magic into her. The peaceful, calming thing. She has a and you see the wound just kind of like there's that beat, that worrying beat to see if this whatever this is spreading. And she's like, and she kind of reaches a hand to the wound and like pushes it away, and like these little blackened flecks of dead, decrepit skin push away. There's a moment passes, and no further results happen.
Oh.
The fuck was that?
Sven like sits back like onto the ground.
Thank you. She's like a cold sweat at this point.
How does she
And
look?
that's when she notices the were-tiger.
Well, so I think as that happens, I had the image like she's like sitting on the ground or something, or maybe even lying down at this point. We're like just trying. Sven's like leaned over her, like I don't know exactly the visual, and then as like that happens, he goes and slumps down on the ground too, and he just like as he sits down, the were-tiger disappears. Does he even realize he's on it? And just like
she kind of like, yeah. Sabra's just like, checks out. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Those black flecks, did they entirely disappear?
No.
Can I like pick one up? No. Actually, no. I take that back. I don't want to pick it up. Can I like inspect it on the ground, look at it, poke it with like a stick or something?
Medicine check.
Poke it with a stick. Can Alua assist?
I do not want to touch it.
Alua assist, but also cast Cure Wounds on her just in case for
On Sabra.
I think it's still maxed because of
it is still maxed. Beacon of Hope lasts for
12.
A minute, right?
A while. A minute. Let me double check.
14.
I know while they're doing that, can Warren call
yeah.
like Joyce and Mora over to the dissolving head white there and have them investigate that?
Sure. Joyce will assist you, Mora. It seems the flesh that remains is just in line with flesh after necrotic damage. In essence.
Okay.
There's nothing more further about these deadened flecks of flesh that you can tell.
Could Alua take out like an empty beaker, which is what she has from the kit, and like be like, let's investigate. Oh, nice. And she'll like hold it out. Like, can you put it in here? I can investigate it later.
Yeah. You can kind of scoop it off the ground.
Yeah, take it off,
where it had fallen. More a few things about this creature. It clearly falls into the line of the Gray Plague. These creatures were fully devoid of color except for some of their internal elements. Their eyes had like there's not eyes there anymore. They're they're gone, like the same way that much of the flesh is gone. Eyes had rotted away by the time this creature turned, apparently. But there's like a red glow that's fully faded by the time this creature is dead. The ichor, so vibrant, had begun to lose its luster as well, and these creatures began to flake away like dead skin or like, brittle leaves and such. But that process is halted by the presence of the lantern, which certainly tells you that the origin is distinctly magical in some way. Like, this isn't a naturally occurring plague. Pushing aside the chest plate, the leather armor rather of the white, reveals the inverted symbol, the symbol that's expands outwards and spirals in strange shapes and impossible tracings that continues to have this very, very, very faint red glow. You gather at the point where the glow fades, the creature would have been fully dissipated into nothingness. This is all still somewhat in line with information you've heard from Vajra about this plague, but you seeing it in firsthand puts a shiver down your spine. These zombies had some sort of resistance beyond the natural undead resistance. There was something about that pulse of red, like it seemed like they had, just some additional fervor, which is a terrifying thought because undead are scary enough on their own, and if undead like this spread into civilized lands, it would be disastrous. These things were hard to kill; they were durable. This white seemed to be a bit more intelligent than what you've heard whites are before, and whatever that did, whatever that pulse thing it did, it's additionally terrifying. You've never heard of an undead that can do that. Maybe like a lich or something, like some very powerful thing, but this obviously didn't have that power. It was imbued with something. Given what happened to Savra as well, you gather that, like, you felt you took damage from that pulse, and you felt like something inside of you.
It was converting people.
That would be your guess. Like, something about this, the rot or plague or something got into Savra would be your guess. And
that symbol's the one that we've seen everywhere? The one we're kind of hunting and chasing?
Yeah, you've seen it related to the cultists.
Great.
And yeah, you from what you would surmise just with your intellect, the natural 20 roll, related to it, you would surmise that if Savra had succumbed, she likely would have been converted.
Mm-hmm.
So,
fuck.
And
while Mora Mora's kneeling there, she's drawing the symbol. Again, her whole point of coming out here was gathering information. Don't know how important this is to them, but not only for money for the Blackstaff. And after a moment of just scribbling and saying absolutely nothing, except to maybe Joyce sitting there looking at Joyce like, isn't that what we've been talking about before, and yada yada.
And I had one important detail.
Oh, go ahead.
On a nat 20. You do notice that although it's dried, their boots are muddy in a sense that it might have been walking along a waterway.
Like maybe it was tracking us down the river?
Maybe. It would be one possibility. That would
it's bear
more. Yeah. It would need more investigation to conclude that, but it certainly seems to have been walking along the river.
Mora's gonna stand up and turn, going, "All right, well, you're damn lucky you got that off of her. I think she was converting. All of these creatures around here seem to be a product of and then she's gonna turn and show the symbol to the group. Everyone but Sven will know what it means.
Mm-hmm.
So Letha's like giving a look too. Awful look.
Is there any like sign of recognition on her face?
Troubling.
Make an insight check.
Yeah, Mora would too.
I think as this discussion is happening, I'm gonna start casting Prayer of Healing.
Oh yeah, that's nope.
Yeah. While this is going on, while the investigation's been going on, I picture at some point Katep just kind of reached up, patted Bruno on the back, and said something along the lines of, "You did good there, buddy," and just put what's left of his lay on hands into the injured dinosaur, since it seems like we're out of the immediate danger.
Yeah, you could. She seemed to not recognize it. She's kind of panting, looks a little bit like alarmed, but gives like a symbol, like a good look over, and like, seems to not recognize it.
Everyone can take 16 bonus healing.
After 10 minutes, yeah.
Well, there are enough unwounded people that I think everyone can.
Yeah, plus another 5 for Bruno, because that's all I had left with lay on hands.
Okay. All right, guys.
So, well, was that like some sort of disease or poison? How is that working? So we know how to better counteract it in the future.
It wasn't a poison, I can tell you that much. It hit me just as hard as it did the rest of it. Well, not the rest of everyone, eyeing Sabra. Poison tends to, a little hardier than most.
So it was a disease
Has to be.
inflicted.
Certainly seemed to be like Savra was infected.
I'm also going to say, we haven't seen anyone following us for a while, have we?
I don't think we've been watching.
Their moods have been... Their moods, by the way.
The moods have been birdie.
Yeah, that's what was about to come out of my mouth, actually. I caught myself. Their boots were muddy. If they're not crossing the river, then...
We could try to, Salida speaks up, we could try to look around for their tracks, see which way they came from. So in this light, I don't know. Might be better. Those other creatures, they just ran off.
I
have my
What was that about? And she kind of is looking at Sven. Actually, she wouldn't have seen the turn undead, I guess.
Nope, would have just seen the green on the ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's like confused. Like why'd those other ones run?
My patron Eldath sometimes allows me to protect against the
Okay, yeah.
encroaching undead in this world.
Some god nonsense. That's very convenient. Thank you. That was harrying.
God,
Well,
nonsense.
No disrespect.
Speaking of them-
No disrespect.
Speaking of them, I wouldn't be unexpected for those things to come shambling back one at a time. So let's keep vigilant, but see if we can finish camp. That took a lot out of us.
Alright.
And it's possible that those ones might not have any intelligence. They might not know to
Welcome
come
back.
back.
Yeah, it has been several
And
months at this point. If they were like dead set on coming back, they
Dead
would
set.
have.
Yeah.
Bum.
Can I get we get a pretty good impression that the white was in charge of them, and without them they are kind of directionless.
Some to some extent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we don't know the extent, but he was...
That one definitely had the other zombies had, they were bigger, better versions of zombies, but they were still very fundamentally mindless zombies.
bigger, better, faster, stronger.
Yeah.
Call them dead punk.
Literally. Yeah.
Alright,
Interesting.
Mora's gonna step back to where they were. On this general area anyway, and begin setting back up the dome.
All right. And so just so I'm clear again, so the symbol is the symbol that's associated with the cult from way back that killed
Yeah,
people in our
that pinned
house.
people to the
The
wall.
cult of liberation.
Yeah. All right. I'm getting real sick and tired of these guys. We're in the middle of freaking Chult.
Right, but
Ah.
they were said to be set up here. That's why we're here.
I will remind
I
you
mean,
guys that Vajra had heard that this grave blight there was this symbol attached to the cadavers that had been seen.
Aye.
This is confirmation, at least.
But
What reason we're even out here?
explain why they're interested in Chult.
Why?
Perhaps the
Selena kind of chimes in real quick. So, just out of curiosity, am I going to get like a full explanation? Should I pretend like I'm not listening? Should I cover my ears?
Well, what part I thought we filled her in a little bit already. What part is she missing out?
Like the broader, like cult.
Yeah,
Symbol
she doesn't know
stuff.
anything about the cult liberation.
Yeah, but she's like, she
I mean,
doesn't
neither
seem-
was Sven, technically.
seems interested, but she's trying to make it clear that like she knows that she's just a guide.
Yeah. Well, it's looking like it's behind what we came out here to solve, right? No. So the gray, what is this? The gray plague,
Gray plague, gray blight.
gray blight, and the
Joyce
spell
says.
plague are two different things.
Right, Joyce says. The spell plague was years ago, decades ago.
What
this is
affected
new.
those pterodons that attacked us in the city?
That was the the plague wreath, I think they're being called. It sounds like it's like an after effect of the spell plague.
So these
That's
these are
the
two
theory.
different problems.
Yeah.
Oh, so which? Okay. I think I confused myself somewhere along the way. So which one are we heading to solve?
We're here to look into the Grey Plague, but if we can figure out anything about the spell plague, that's what the merchant princes are more interested in, because they haven't seen many problems associated with the Grey Plague close to Port Anzaru.
Wait, are they both plague, or was one Great Blight and spell plague?
Either or, really.
Okay.
Okay, and so the cliff that we're heading to, the Aarakocra, there we're hoping to investigate this Grey Plague and the cult there.
They generally seem to have more knowledge about the jungles in general. You'll recall that the merchant princes were very helpful, but these Aarakocrans, much more in tune with the jungle and what's happening in it. So maybe one or the other, but maybe both.
Could probably point us in the direction of where fuckery is happening.
That's the hope.
Aye, and keep in mind, we're gonna need to go in prepared to aid them. A favor requires a favor in their eyes. We want information, they want a task from us.
Okay. See, I got confused somewhere along. I thought the creatures that attacked us in the city, I thought they were affected with what Savra sent us here to figure out.
They seem to be somewhat affected by the Grey Blight as well. The Grey Plague.
Okay.
All we've seen of the
Terrafolk had the spell plague.
right, the Terrafolk had
That's
the
what I'm
split.
thinking.
Yeah.
Like, so I thought Savra sent us here to deal with that, and that's where my confusion's coming from. They're two different plagues.
It was largely investigate both of them. The spell plague has been more common and like a lingering thing that's becoming more of a problem. Whereas the Grey Blight is something new, and because it's new, it's alarming, but there's less known about it. So it's really just kind of come down here and figure out what the fuck's going on. If that means one over the other, still a success.
This land's got all kinds of issues, not the least of which is that it's a freaking jungle.
So you guys are having like this conversation inside the dome. Saleeda's just mostly been listening. She goes, listen, if the Aarakocrans aren't helpful, I might be able to take you somewhere to get another perspective. But we'll talk about that after Pier Sabal.
Alright.
Sure, but knowing that there might be another option if we don't get our answers, it's,
Actually boost the spirit a bit.
yes.
Aarakocra can be, weird.
Yeah, that's the reason I don't do the talking. I mean, you heard me last time.
Right. Well,
Yeah, so I mean, Sven and I were on watch for that. Definitely gonna head to bed.
as the group heads to bed, finally, maybe bloodied by Chult, truly, night completes, the sun rises, long rest finishes, we'll handle the journey, the final trip to Kirsabal next time.
Oh yeah.
In the
Oof.
session.
And that,
Clutch,
that
turn undead.
Man.
yeah, that could have been brutal if there were another 6
Yeah.
zombies wailing on us.
Well, as soon as I heard that none of them got destroyed, I was like, maybe like a couple of them will be like destroyable. No, none of them. Okay, at least I hit 4 of them or 5 of
Hit
them.
6.
I hit
6 out of
6. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow, that's
you
pretty
cut their
huge.
numbers in half, basically.
We'd still be rolling dice,
Maybe.
Yeah.
or we'd
Oh,
be
yeah.
dead. But I
Yeah,
think
say if we last that long. No, I mean it would have been a little different. I would have, if there had been more of them, I would have dropped my Guardian of Faith, so right on a clump of them and just like give them a middle finger.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
They're good. They're good at a
I heard
lot of
they're
things,
good at
but they're
doing
really
things
good
against
at certain
undead.
things. Yeah.
Oh man, we got a cleric and a paladin and
Alright,
an
so
undead infested jungle. Let's go, bud.
2
Right.
paladins, right?
If we are we off?
Not yet. I wasn't sure.
We can,
Yeah.
we can
let's-
say goodbye.
Yeah.
We'll pick up this next week. Hopefully, I think the plan is to be back on Tuesday. Woo! I'm excited for Tuesday.
A lot
Yeah.
of stuff.
Yep.
The 5th.
The 5th.
Yeah,
We
we throw
will
you
lead
guys also
the
into a jungle.
The 5th. Everybody's in the jungle. Let's go!
To the woods.
And that's why. No, never mind. I'm not going to say that. Anyway, bye, guys.
Bye,
Take,
everybody.
Bye,
take care,
everybody.
everyone.
Right.